Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Anybody try out the pivot extensions that I put up in the general chat? Ralph, it's in the general chat channel in Discord. Should be in the scans, maybe if they uploaded it to the scans, but it's in the general chat. Thanks, Russell.
Morning.
Morning, Jerry. Hey, we got charts up today. Great.
Back.
Hey, the gentleman that fixed the pivot study, later, can I ask you questions of what some of those things that you did on it?
Was that Corey? Corey, I didn't
Yeah.
create. I found it,
Okay,
so I don't know exactly because I'm not.
because it's changed at something like 3.8 and 0.8 or something like that. What's your name?
Joe.
Joe, okay, thanks, Joe.
I'm not sure what that is, but it plots the pivots exactly the same, except that you could add the the extension on.
Okay, so nothing's different then.
Well, the difference is the extension.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Shot gap down, putting the gap instantly. There goes Tesla. Let's rip another open here. Tesla's gonna be long. It breaks the high yesterday. Look at PMG up to $700. Get ready, boys.
You got HD moving this morning too.
Yeah, dozy right now. Definitely on watch though. Autodesk still coming down from yesterday. Get the PMG all the way back down if it wants to. Oracle's moving up. DocuS's puking. Costco's puking. HD's still red and it's come back up. A lot of this stuff's puking and open, but it's all right. I got a base here. Hope we turn around. Now we'll short the hell out of it. SI's forming a hammer. It's time to come back up. It's breaking above the pivot high on a 15. Amazon forming a big hammer trying to come up. Starbucks pushing up. Starbucks gonna be long across the high here. Starbucks is gonna be long across the high. Starbucks is gonna be long. HD just went green. Starbucks is long. It's got room too. 120. Everything else kind of coming down. Just kind of come back down to here.
BA's going, Jerry.
Thank you so much. Starbucks going. SI working.
IWM is strong. It's almost at a pivot.
What is?
IWM.
Okay. Thank you. SI is going here. SI is long. It's above 15-minute pivot. Starbucks going here. Roku trying to fill that gap coming back up. Now we're getting some movement.
Check out
SQ is
coin.
long. SQ is long.
Check out coin.
Oh yeah, coin gapped up, moving. Yeah, above pivot high or above the pivot low on the 4-hour. Could come back through range. The first target on coin, if it decides to keep coming up, 245. It's really good. Coin's long. Yeah, good job. Yes, sir. Wayfair's got a pin hammer. You can feel that gap. Oracle's moving. Oracle's long right now as well. It breaks yesterday's high and the pivot. This is coming back up. Shopify's long right now. Shopify is long. This is gonna be long. It breaks 664, guys. And it's got a PMG on the 4 hour. You can go up to $700. Starbucks moving still. Wayfair's filling that gap on that pin hammer. It's long. Bob is filling the gap. Oracle's still pushing here, making new highs. First 5-minute candle. Tesla's trying to break the high here. Does it's got room to, well, $700. It does it. Starbucks still going. Starbucks. Starbucks inside up, add to it here. Shopify out of shop, thank you very much. Starbucks still kicking ass, SQ still moving. Roku's gonna be long. If you want to wait till it breaks the high, you can. Fill that gap pretty quickly. Baba fill this gap, done. Wayfair fill the gaps, done. Now the next entry is on the top of break the high. Tesla, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Amazon's coming up, hammer up on a 15. SQ still kicking ass. You don't have to scan nothing when you get the charts up. SQ's moved $6.
Upstart looks good.
Upstart, thank you very much. Starbucks ain't stopping.
It looks like Apple's filling its gap.
Oh shit, SPY's pushing too here. SPY still PMG 30. SPY can still see 436. SPY's long. 436 and 438. It's gonna get that high. It will get to that high. NVIDIA.
AMC is moving.
AMC could be a nice one today. Oh yeah, 2 up. Yeah, so AMC's long target 44.39 right now. Starbucks still going at a SQ. Bob is coming up. Bob is long right now again. AMC's long. AMC can come up and touch $51 today. Yeah, they might go more than that. Baidu's breaking a high. At a Starbucks. Baidu, what do you do? Baidu's long. Target pivot low on the 60. You can wait. What you do?
Well, BA is strong.
A lot of beautiful ones out there today. Amazon long. Target the high. SI still pushing here, guys. Look for their entrance into this stuff. See if we can get a BA does look good. BA's long. Target 226.67. There goes Tesla. Thank you very much. SQ still pushing here. Breaks back above the high. 251.50 be long or add to it. SQ still ripping. Roku hit target. Now the next target on Roku, or the next entry when it breaks the high. It breaks the high. There goes Tesla. They said, give me $700 today. Why's my 15 gonna give me? Oh, okay. Oh, my other laptop's lagging. I don't like that. This side's still moving here.
Netflix is puking.
Yeah. Breaking through that pivot low. 15. This side's still good, strong. Starbucks still strong here. That's the strongest one so far. Let's pull them back. Okay, so maybe rolling over. Tesla short. Tesla is short. Starbucks ain't gonna stop. That's like big. VIX is starting to pull up just a hair. Looks like the market's going down a little bit. Crowd puking. Wayfair short. Wayfair short. Etsy short. Ooh.
C is long.
What is?
C, the banks are ripping.
Thanks, looking good. Need to break above 67, 67, 60. Or that's the target anyway. Right, blockchain is on a 10% stand. Gapped up this morning. We're gonna put an alert on the top of it here. In case it wants to roll over. Etsy short here, it's dying. Seems like when they start puking, they move a lot faster. I don't know why that is. This side's going again. SI first target's 190, or not SI, Etsy. UNH gap fill. Info's coming up. Netflix hit target. Starting to clear off. Netflix has got support at around 513, that whole thing. Shot came all the way back down. Ooh. Ooh. VIX starts pulling back down, this stuff will start reversing. Info is long target 115.73. Roku come back up. Let's look at Roku here. Let's go. All these candles are dojis, there's no clear direction on 15 anyway.
Nvidia going.
Let me see it. All right, there goes VIX. Now everything should start motion back up here. Spies long.
Johnson and Johnson. All right, the first 15-minute candle, boys. That's where the real fun begins. Shopify. Spies pushing to go short again.
AMC's moving again.
Let me see. AMC breaks at 44.76. It's long right to it. Still could see pivot low. Big volume increase on this damn thing. Woo. It was ripping at the end of the day yesterday. Currently 22 million shares. Starbucks coming down, SQ inside. All this stuff's inside.
Check out RH, Jerry.
It has longer add to it. UNH is going to go short when it crosses the lows. Lows. All right, so it's good. Momo hammer on the 5-minute right now. Ooh, it's breaking through the 4-hour. Pivot low. It's got room at 725 already. So it's pretty good. Yeah, so it's long right now. If you want to wait till it goes solid green on a 5-minute, again, it's long. This is a solid green candle. Yep. Oh, no. Yeah, it's good. Oh, it's hitting that. It's hitting that 60 pivot. Still looks good though. Breaks through there, you get an extra push. Essie's inside trying to make a Momo shoot her down. Everything needs to hit a bottom. If it don't break the low of the day, there's no trade there. Tesla come back up. Tesla made a higher low on the 5-minute. Trying to come back up to the 2-2s. If Tesla breaks 661.10, it's long. Target's going to be the high of the day. Shop back up inside. There, scalp out of this thing. All these things pulled back, opened up inside on that first 15-minute candle there, sit directly inside. These are break out one side or the other. If we're quick on the 5 minutes, we can catch a 2-2 back up in range. All right. Shopify. Shopify needs to break 1534. It'll be long. Still think there's no trade. Can't scalp it. Starbucks got a hammer inside. All right, if you breaks the low of the day, it's going to be short. If you breaks the low of the day, it's going to be short. First target's 187, 80. Needs a clean break though. Amazon trying to go short. It needs to break the low of the day. That's how we're doing that open. Is we're breaking highs and lows. That's it. That's it. Breaking the highs long. Breaks the short, short. Amazon's short right this second, but the target's so short. Only $3 away. Don't mess with it. GameStop. Before AMC. Games around AMC's not push. AMC's long. Still long.
Ulta, Jerry. ULTA.
Okay. I'm trying to adjust my own. I'm trying to stay above this AMC here. Yeah. Ulta.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna trade it, but Chipotle is crazy after earnings. CMG.
Oh shit. Oh, PMG. Got a little bit of resistance right around this range here. Boy, it was nice there. Yeah, yeah. Target on that's 350. Nice. Man, that's gonna be ripping. That's what I'm talking about. These retails, when it gets close to earnings, these things are ripping. Especially trying to go short and break the low. Also, it's beautiful. Need to break the pivot on the 30 now. Nobody's trying to go short. Okay. Spy still pushing up slowly. UNH is short.
AMC getting ready to go outside week.
Nice. I took some AMC. Shopify's going up. Shopify's long. I'm gonna scalp it. I'm gonna scalp it. Carvana trying to come up, you up. It needs to break the high yesterday. All this stuff's finding the bottom, guys. Out of shot. Thank you very much. Even though the target on shot 1540, I don't want to hang in it long. I don't need all the move. I just need a part of it. CRWD has made a higher low on the 15, trying to come back through. There's no trade till it breaks the pivot. You scalp it. This is making lower lows on the 5 minute. It's ugly on the way down.
ACB starting to move.
This is big. Yeah, I'm still holding this call from yesterday. Oh shit, Autodesk. ACB, nice. Yeah, ACB. I think we got in there early. Autodesk ran day all day yesterday. It took that open, has come back up. Autodesk gonna be long when it crosses 296.92, or if you want, what that cross 297. This thing ripped all day yesterday.
It looks like I missed it, but Apple looks like it went short.
happened? AC looks like it's trying to reverse. This thing here. If this breaks 297, target 298, and then minus. Autodesk is long. Amazon, if it breaks the low short. SQ trying to come back up on Mama Hammer. Keep an eye on Etsy here too. Trying to form a hair. Roku's just too damn choppy. You gotta let it break the high or low. Carvana's supposed to go long when it breaks the high. Etsy's supposed to go long. Etsy's gonna be long right now. Etsy's long, big red candle right here. Target 193.
SQ, I think, is long.
94. Yeah. As soon as it breaks that high there, it'll be long. Break
These
the high.
V.
Shopify hit target here for another entry. Shopify is going to come back up all-time highs. Etsy's long.
SOXL is at the 30-minute pivot, but if it breaks that, it looks really good.
What's that?
SOXL, it's a semiconductor ETF.
Yeah, Shopify, you can come all the way back up to 1587. First target would be pivot high in the 4 hour. SQ, if you look at SQ, it needs to break that high. So it touched it, rejected. It could keep going though. It needs to break it though before we take an entry into it. Just stay there. Shopify's breaking a high here. Need a clean break, go long on it again. And the target would be the pivot high on the 60. Sorry. That. SI is breaking the upside. If you look at SI compared to SQ, that's what you want to see. You see it break that high, the upside. Autodesk still working. Roku's pushing a hammer. So you can go along Roku, the top being the high, but it's safer to let it break the high first, because it's just so volatile. Salsa was really good. Let's see, I always like looking across to see where the if it's close to major support resistance. It's breaking through it right now. There was one at 40.54. So it's long right now. We should probably know that. Kind of test it back up. All right, SQ is fixing to be long now. All right, you want to be a solid green candle right here with some volume breaking through. A few pennies ain't good enough. It's got to break through 10, 20 cents. Shot. Your WD's coming up. Etsy hit target here. Tesla coming back up. Baidu's trying to break the high. Anytime we break yesterday's high, it's fucking long. Sorry for being a dirty mouth. If it breaks yesterday's high, it's long. If it breaks the day's low, it's short. Shopify's long here for another scalp.
Jerry, watching video.
I can't see it on my screen. I got it on my screen, but I can't. I know it's green. Autodesk still making waves here. Etsy. We can break this 15-minute pivot. Next target on is going to be 193.71.
Neo's very strong. Worth a look.
Yeah. There goes Tesla back up, guys. Oh shoot, yeah, it's kicking butt. I'm getting a lot of stuff coming across on Neuro. Something. Saw some stuff on there last night too. There goes Etsy, breaking that 15-minute pivot. Neo looks really good. It can PMG back up to $55. Fix up staying here. It's been a pretty
Jerry,
good
is SPY's target 436.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all that thing is sure. Oh, yeah. Keep it high on the 60 or the 30. Yeah, PMG style. You gotta be careful. Your first target's gonna be 434. Pretty good resistance right there. This is gonna be long, guys.
Space is looking pretty good too. I think that's a PMG.
Oh, nice. CRWD's almost a target. SE needs to come up to the high day. That's the target. SQ finally did break. Tesla's coming up like a rocket here. Tesla needs to break the high of the day. If you're not in it, just wait. You know, wait till it breaks the high. Otherwise, there's no trade.
You are right.
We'll be inside of range. Amazon trying to go short. That makes it move well. Boy, Amazon wants to go short here so bad. Amazon breaks low.
10 o'clock.
Let them die. Amazon breaks pivot low on the 5 minute short. Going a short sticking right this second, but it's so close to the pivot, you need to break it. Break it. Amazon is short right this second. The target at $3,500 range. First target is going to be the low of this spring candle right here on the 30. 35.29. Will we get that far? I don't know. SI is longer, add to it right now. Hopefully SI comes back down and retest this 15 pivot. And it goes back up. Costco's puking. Otis is trying to go 212 back up. Otis breaks that high to be long. Netflix breaks the low to be short. Costco short. Tesla trying to Momo hammer back up. All right. Baidu trying to go long. Really trading. I mean, if it breaks the highs, long, it breaks the low, it's short. This side's moving again. Carvana's long right now. Carvana's long. Costco trying to go back to the range for 407.
How's Lemonade looking today, Jerry? LMND.
Baidu's trying to go long. Oh, let's take a look at it. SE's holding it's bouncing off that 15. So it breaks the pivot and retest, trying to go back up. As soon as it breaks the high, the daily highs in the long. Or add to it, not in it. Lemonade looks pretty good right now. It's pulling back slightly. Okay, so it broke through that 15 minute and then it's retested, trying to push back up. Let me take a look at the higher time frames on it. Oh yeah, so target's gonna be the pivot low because it's making this resistance. So 92.21 is target. It's been in a pretty good downtrend here. It doesn't matter short term now. So starting to wick out, it gets close to the top. So as soon as it goes back solid green, you take it long. It does have a major move on the 30, 87. So about $2.50. So 92.50 is a big target on it. Decides to go up here. It's still pushing. So long right to the second. Shopify coming up, trying to break a new high. So Lemonade looks pretty good. As long as that candle stays solid. Shopify breaks the top, the high here is long. Again. Carvana's kicking ass. Anytime they break yesterday's high, they're long. Shopify breaks the highs me long as well. Anytime it breaks new highs, it's long. Let's take a look at Carvana real quick. Sometimes it gets so busy when I can't show you. It breaks the candles high, the daily candles high, it's long. It breaks yesterday's high, it's long. These pivots mark yesterday's high. If you look at the 15 here, there's yesterday's high. I can see it on my screens over here. As soon as it breaks it, guess what? It's long. And you know, we could have took that 2-2 right there back up. Target's always going to be the pivot. Then you take the break of the pivot, which marks yesterday's high. There it is. It's really that easy. Hits and breaks the high of the day. Guess what? It's long. Carvana or shop's long right now. You can't scalp that. Target still pivot high on 60. Etsy broke retest. Etsy's still long here. Next target's gap fill. At a Shopify, there goes Tesla, boys. Better get you a piece of that $700 move today. Carvana's still kicking ass. CRWD's next target is the pivot high on the 15th. 30. Oh, catch a break, girl. At a Shopify, thank you very much. Shop to hit target. I'll scalp this damn thing all day long. Shopify's moved $36 since open. Shopify's breaking through that pivot 60. We'll look for another pullback on it for re-entry into it. Carvana's still going here. So next time it pulls back here, I'll hop back in shop again. Again, if you look on the daily, target's the high, 1587 as the PMG's back up. And when they're really tightly stacked like that, they move a lot quicker. So all out of Amazon. Same thing with Amazon, it's puking here. If we can get back in for another short, we will. Amazon with $34 so far.
What's the target on ACB?
ACB.
Or are we gonna swing that?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hold it. Let me pull up the 4 hour here. The target's gonna be 846. Now on the weekly, it's broken, made two. It's a double bottom though. There's actually touched that support 3 different times. The last time it did it, it came up pretty damn quick. So in 2 weeks, it ran to almost $10. So these patterns repeat. So the last time it bounced, you know, straight up. Plus we got this.
Tesla bounced off of pre-market high, or then it come back.
Shopify's to the moon. Shopify's pretty strong. Facebook, yeah. You know, wait till it breaks the high today. Shop. I love me some shop. Longer price consolidation, longer break. Shop's been consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days. And it broke it just a few minutes ago. Broke it consolidation the upside, pulling back slightly now. It crosses back above 1554.66. We'll call it 55. Be long. Get it ready. Amazon breaks the low of the day again. Be short again. HD flagging. Run pulling back. Etsy still holding that. Still a doji. MMC. What are we doing, MMC? All right, MMC's breaking out right here. MMC's breaking the weekly and the daily and the 4 all at the same time. Usually on these breaks, they push quite a bit. See, Tesla's going all the way back down.
BA is really strong.
The volume. Looks pretty good. Starting to wake it down in 5 minutes. I get careful with that. There's a dye in here. This is so volatile. If you're Nancy cover.
SAVA.
Yeah. I was looking at Sava last night. That thing is a beast. Hard time frames on this thing. Rocking. Yeah, when I looked at Sava last night, it reminded me of ILM, man. That big wick right there on the monthly. Those are just blue skies above. That's what I like about them. If we come up, there's nothing stopping it from coming straight up. Otis 212 up right now. Breaking Oracle, trying to break the high today. If you're an Etsy cover. So I can tell you right now, the day's going to be kind of volatile. So number 2 day. Make sure you take your profits often. You can usually get on the first hour of the day. Sometimes a lot less, what kind of day it's going to be. And today is a take your profits quicker day. If you're looking for a big monster, maybe might not catch it. Or not a monster move. If you're looking to hold something all day, you're not going to get it. Okay. In case it breaks below the day, same thing, it's short. Roku puking. Etsy's probably going to be short here. Right.
Tesla stopped exactly at pre-market high.
What did?
Tesla,
Ah,
pre-market high, then it reversed.
right. Blockchain is trying to go long here. It breaks the day. It needs to break this pivot on the 30 here. 212 continuation doesn't move up. All these stickers that made a high is coming back down. So we're looking at short Etsy here. Etsy short. We're going to target 191 range. Etsy. Etsy short. OTIS, let's take a look at this thing here. Kind of want to back up. Continuation. You can see the pattern. It pulls back here. It starts to curl. Goes back up. You can see it easier on the 15. It's a 212. As soon as it breaks a high there, it's long. This pattern happens every day, all day long. Even on the 5 minute. 212. Now the strat says take it here across the 1. No, don't do that. The target's so small. The risk reward sucks. We'll count for that. Wasn't thinking it through. Always take it when it crosses the high. Okay, let's take the entry. If it crosses the high, it's probably going to go. It's going to look like this. It's going to come up, make a new high. More than likely, you don't have to. But the chance they're greater that it comes and makes a new high. But a lot of times it'll come up to the high. It'll either fail before it gets there or double tops to come back down. You also got to give it a little bit of room when it breaks the high, 120 cents, because they can expand, they can come up and then pull right back down as they take out the stops here. So we always target the highs and the lows, entries. I'm not in that. Going that. Cost.
Riot's long, right?
What's that?
Riot?
Oh, right, blockchain. Well, it's looking good. It's right on that pivot on the 30. Oh, yeah, ride's long right now. Same pattern. Yeah, exactly. Ride's long is breaking at 32, so this should be some volume on it. Coming in. I'm telling you, all the big traders, they trade these flat top breaks. That's all there's to it. That 212, all it is a micro flat top breakout. All it is. That's all it is. It's all it ever will be. And that's what it is. And it's got a PMG set up really nicely. This thing usually runs with Bitcoin. I don't watch Bitcoin, but I know it's been crashing. Keep an eye on UNH too. Made a new low today. It's starting to cut. So this could be a nice long right here. An easy long. So the reason being it's coming up a big red candle. Big red candle right there on that 30-15 mark. So target would be the top 417. Now chopping sideways on the daily. All right, keep on shopping. Might be another scout sitting up. There's a lot of volatility in these things today. They're making good moves, but boy, they'll rip it right out of your hands, not fast. We want to make sure right now that shop here on the 5-minute, this is not a pullback to the downside. When it breaks 1552 to be long, target 1554.66, but really want to push it on up and make a new high. You can take it early for a scalp though. What if they're trying to go short? SI fixed to break again the upside. It needs to make a new high though. Cost. Cost, you look at cost on the 5-minute, the bodies are getting smaller as it starts to cup. If you take a look at it, you can see kind of what price is doing just by looking at the candles. Of course, if it breaks the low, it's going to be short here. But if you look, there's a pattern in this thing. And it's starting, it goes pretty much straight down, then it's starting to curl just a hair as momentum starts to slow down. Kind of look at it. If you look at the bodies too, the candles, they're getting smaller. Volume decreasing. So you don't really need a volume profile to tell you that if you pay attention to this stuff. Slowing down, so curl. So what could happen is it could start to chop sideways a little bit, and then it could go lower again. Who knows? It could reverse the other way. I'll tell you what we see right now. It's short though. It is short. No, I thought it's 1475. But it's going down today. Something to be aware.
Jerry, EXPE.
Shops long here for scalp. 1 second.
EXPE.
EXPE. Oh, video.
I guess
Oh,
basically the 30 minutes got that pivot sitting there, but if it could get through that, and even the 60-minute pivot, I guess it's clipped. But it's that's a big candle today.
There's a monster candle. 2-2 up daily, breaking through that pivot on the 4 or the daily, and then trying to come back up to 172. I don't know if it gets there, but it looks like it can get there around 167. 212 continuation measurement on 4 hour. Shopify is long right here. If you're not in it, you just need to wait till it breaks the high here. My target's the high and then some. HP looks good. It's starting to flash. So let's look at this thing on a 5 minute. All right, shop's breaking again here. Let's see if we can pull some money out of this.
Boom.
Add a shop again. Scalped that damn thing 4 times. I love shop. It's my favorite. Okay. Back to Expedia. All right, we take a look at it. Same thing, it's starting to curl. I can draw this time. It's starting to curl. It could chop sideways a little bit. It is chopping sideways a little bit right now. It could rest before taking back off, you know. So it could do this, it could curl, turn around. It could curl, pull up, sideways, up, sideways, up. Regardless if it breaks the highest long. So we're doing taking highs and lows. It's as long again. Add to it. Shopify, will you be my friend? Pull back again, so we can get another entry into it in a second. That last scalp was good for $9. Looking around. Oracle's breaking the high. That's a consolidation break. The upside. Cost still puking here. No sign of slowing down. I say Costco comes to about 1550 or bouncing and going back up again. Let's mark it and see. I think I find support in that area there. Now on Amazon here. Baidu broke the high today. But Baidu's long target the 5160. Amazon, see it curling here. Right now it's still in a pretty good range. So let me decipher this out. I don't think I spend enough time deciphering these things. So I'll just tell you what I see while I'm looking at it. It's been puking. Way down. A lot of volatility in this range right here. It's starting to cup here, and it broke back through, rejected. Now it's breaking through the pivot low, retesting, trying to come back up. Of course, this is the point of control, all right? And there's a resistance level here too. It broke through the resistance, so when it crosses this candle hook here, be long. We're going to target this body in the wick. All right, so it's reversals. It's basically, if you get rid of all the garbage, it looks like this. All right, long here. Whenever I target these bodies, I look at it as one candle. Reverse one, but at least 25% from the base. What I do is I look for the strongest resistance or support level. I'm going up or down. I want it to be 25% above the base here. I want it to break through the strongest support resistance level. Like I say, there's 3 touches here. It's also lined up with point of control, which works out pretty good. I'll give myself an entry point, which would be the break of this high here. And I'll target the body and the wick, and the body and the wick, and the body and the wick. And then ultimately I'm always going to target my ultimate goals of the pivots here. Baidu's long. So Amazon breaks above this right here. And I'm talking about at least 50 cents, maybe a little bit more. It'll be long. For a scalp. This thing's very volatile. It's been making some good swings here. So this is not something you want to be in for a long time. Big tickers, you scalping, that's all you do.
Jerry, if net, if that breaks through its 15-minute pivot, what do you see for the next resistance level, like a 111 or something? Or
let's see here. Oh yeah, 112. 112. And you can actually do the body, so yeah, 110/30 and then 112. I target the body and the wicks as two different targets.
Is that candle that it's currently in for the 15 almost a measured move or not really? It's not full enough.
I would look at the one on the 30 or the one on the 5. See that 5-minute candle there? This last one there. 107.50 by 108.50. It's a dollar move. There's no entry until it breaks the pivot high. So it's breaking right this second. Target would be 109.50. You know,
All right.
that could be considered a measured move, but usually you just know it is. Like if you look at yesterday, 14.15 or 2.15.
Microsoft.
But yeah, it needs a clean break above this line here. I mean, you want to see a good push when it breaks. It can't just break it and then sit there and teeter totter. It needs a solid green candle when it breaks. You get at least 20-30 cents. And sometimes when they're so close to a psych number or something, I'll even give a little bit more. And the reason being, I'll show you. We know that price expands and contracts on these pivots. They expand on the pivots, the pivot high, the pivot low. They also expand on support resistance levels. And they do that because they're taking out stops. So when I say give it 20 or 30 cents above, this is exactly why. So if you take it right when it crosses, it's just taking out the stops over here. It's taking out all these stops and then coming back through. People, market makers, and everybody else know that there's a bunch of buyers looking at this zone. And as soon as they hit it, as soon as it touches it, you know, they enter it, and then they take it up a bit, and then they pull it right back out from under them. So whenever you take a break, even the break of a high of a candle, don't matter if it's an individual candle, you still got to give it 20-30 cents.
Can you look, Marina?
What's that? Mars starting in reverse. Burn needs to break the high, so just like that thing, it needs to break that high, that next candle, that first, the prior to. I'll look at this for a second. Take a look at Amazon real quick. I'm looking at scalp this bad dude. So Amazon goes solid here. It's long. Amazon is long right now. Target's going to be, I don't know why it didn't even alert me. 35.77. 35.82. This is a scalp. That's all it is a scalp. You gotta go stay long. Look, ultimate target's always going to be the pivot high. There's a pretty good resistance level at 35.83, so you can target that area. But you know, I'm not looking to catch the whole move in these big tickets. I'm looking to catch a proportion, a small piece of the pie. All I'm kind of getting. This is a choppy shithole. Kind of close about that.
NVIDIA getting close to its high for the day.
Video.
GPS, Trey. Take a look.
AMC's making lower lows and lower highs. GPS starting to curl. Autodesk supposed to break the high today. I'm still on Autodesk. Now I like GPS. It's got that big old green candle right there. It can quickly, as fast as that candle formed, it can come right back down. All the retail, I'm telling you, around earnings seasons, I've noticed the last 3 or 4 earnings seasons, they run, man. They start running. The RL, GPS, Lucky Brands, all that shit start moving. Another one too is we need to pay attention to is Hog. The last 3 earnings seasons, every time the day after earnings, the damn thing ripped 5 or 6 balls.
Microsoft just managed to go 3 on the day.
Nice. The GPS is gonna be short here. The first order is 29.42, 29.19. Not a big mover, but you know, move.
Microsoft's inside for the day, not a 3.
I'm looking at the hourly. Sorry about that.
I took profits on Amazon. Oh. Yeah, Microsoft saver when it breaks the high today. Kind of chop. I think that will slow down just a hair. Fox saving. It's trading sideways right now. Pretty good move this morning, though. 10:30. PMG. Wanna be doing?
Jerry, could you talk about Shopify like on a 15? It's interesting. It always has like 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. They all have those wicks, but it still keeps pushing higher. So like, what's that kind of saying?
It's just saying it's choppy as hell. There's a lot of buyers and there's a lot of sellers in there. They keep trying to short it. So every time it pushes to that level, you got buyers trying to push it back, or sellers trying to push it back down. To me, a bunch of wicks like that, it just shows a bunch of volatility in it. And again, it is making new highs. I mean, I still think the target's going to be 1587. But if you're not quick, you can still trade this thing, man. But if you're not quick, you're going to get hurt. And
Yeah, it just
showing
seems
a
like
2%.
it's strong. It's like strong but volatile.
It's very volatile. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you got in this thing, you'd have to turn the screen off, you know, to even stay in it, or not look at it. It's just choppy, you know. And it, to me, if I saw this on a smaller ticker, I wouldn't even trade it. I would not even trade it, because every time it wicked up, you know, they ripped it right back out of your hands. It's pushing up, but it's just ugly on the way up. Yeah, just ugly. So on a normal ticker, I wouldn't even think about taking this thing. And the only reason I take it for scalp is because the moves are so large. So, you know, a candle could be $10.
Yeah, you're excellent in Shopify. I can't touch it.
You gotta be so quick. But yeah, regular candle, no way. And really, you know, if it breaks the high, every time it breaks the high, it moves about $10. So if you're quick, you know, if it comes up to that area with some strength, you can actually, you know, like right now, if it happens to break, so 1554, you can scalp it for $5, because it'll probably come up and make a new high. It's still making higher lows on the 5 minute. So, but right now it's just chopping. So you can scalp it, but you just really gotta be really careful. I'm so careful. It's like let's look at Novax or Myrna. They're wicked on the 15 like that. Now they're breaking, and that's kind of what we're expecting shop to do. But it's safer. It's always safer when you take the break to a high. You know? As long as it's wicked, you don't want to stay anywhere near it. But when it breaks the wick, the highest wick, you take it long. So this right here, I wouldn't want to be nowhere in this thing. There's all these wicks, and especially really tight dojis. If you ever see it on any chart, just stay away from the damn thing. But you know, if it breaks the highest wick, you know, you're going to give it 20, 30 cents, and then the target will be the next candle's high. it's best to stay out. Oracle's still pushing up here on the Momo hammer. ORCL. Breaking that psych number as well. So Merlin Novak is pushing up right this second. Will it keep pushing? I don't know. No, it's extended. We gotta be careful when we're looking at these things. We gotta look at the higher time frame, especially after a pretty good push. And last few days it pushed up pretty good. Yesterday I had that big shooter doji. Right, it pushed through the pivot high on the day, came back down. So right now, doji on the 4 hour, it's indecision. So right now, it could go either way. This could be a pullback to the downside or the upside. So, you know, even though it's throwing a long signal on the lower time frames, you could scalp it. Long term, for the bigger move, you want it to break 206.90 or 197. That's your safer entries. It's always your safer entries when it breaks the highest breaks. HD broke, retested that pivot on the 15, trying to go back up here. Amazon pushing. So Amazon hit target right there. You can scalp them if you gotta know what you're doing, and it only comes with experience. And I tell you what, springtime and watching how the market aggregates is priceless. You can't get that in any book. You've got to have springtime. Because these patterns repeat over and over and over. You'll see how the market aggregates. And even though it's volatile, they repeat. Hog just came up on one of my scans. Oh, man, Hog moves earnings season. Yeah, it's puking. It's moving now. All of those dying. That Momo hammer on the way down, breaking the low on the 4 hour. Oh, this thing's dying. We were just talking about that. Pushing up, now it's dying. It's all right. We take them either way. So Hog's trying to break the pivot. If it breaks it, and I'm talking about at least 20 cents, it's gonna be short. I can see it bouncing. I can see it expanding through this range and then coming back up though. But again, just because we want to do something, you don't have to do it. We'll play what we see. You can't have any kind of bias when you're trading this stuff at all. I'll take something to the dirt if it wants to go. Solid made a really good run this morning. They break that 60 pivot, trying to retest it right now. If it holds, they keep going back up. And the ultimate target's 117.54. It can do it as it goes outside on the week. So Sava, keep it on your screen, mark it. It breaks 111.60. It's gonna be long. 111.60. Let's pull up Amazon again. I want to show you something. There's certain areas I won't scalp. There's certain areas I will scalp. Now, Amazon expanded on the 5 minutes. It starts coming back through range. Of course, the target's always going to be the pivot high. You look on the 15-minute here. We're getting up. If you look to your left, you'll start seeing a bunch of wicks. All right. Down here wasn't so bad. You know, there's ultimately our target, the body and the wick. And it clearly got there, but it's starting to wick, and there's a lot of candles in this area too. There's a lot of resistance there. It takes a lot to get to this range. Also, these wicks, especially, you know, we're starting to get through the wicks. A lot of volatility there. So it tells you every time price came here, something stopped it. And it came up to this one and something stopped it. And what it is if you look over to the left, there's a lot of candles in there. It's just chopping sideways. So anytime you start coming back to a lot of chop. You gotta be real careful. You don't really want to take it. You can, but it's safer. It's always safer, especially if you're a newer trader, to wait till it breaks outside of this range. So it's a compound one. You can trade inside that as long as enough range. And there's 30 or 40 bucks we made in this range right here. But your safest trade is when it breaks outside of this, because there's really nothing to stop it from going higher or lower. So inside of range, be careful. Outside of range, your best bet. Yeah, because when it breaks the pivot higher to low, it's taking the higher to low from the prior day, or prior days. And you start seeing a bunch of wicks, just know it's wick before in this area, it can wick again. So always be aware of that. They
Jerry,
tell you a story.
Jerry, keep an eye on Myrna. It's almost back to the open of the day. I think if it breaks that, I think
Myrna's looking really good.
if it get past the open, which is 307.30, just a little above that, I think it might go. What do you think?
It's looking really good to me. Yeah, so Myrna's gonna be long. Novak's is almost to the high today, and if I had a bet, I'd say Myrna's gonna come up there with it.
Only problem
So-
is there ain't a lot of volume coming in, right, from Myrna?
Not much, no. No. If you're gonna take Myrna, you need to wait till it breaks 307. There's some resistance right there in that area. And of course, it's always safer until it breaks the high today. It's always safer when it breaks the high. HD is breaking retest here, see? So if you look at the 15, it's a break and a retest. It comes back up to the range. If you learn how to just play the breakouts, the flat top breakout or the retest, you can make money all day, every day. But here's a pivot extension, I don't know, a few days back, it could be several days back, I don't know. This right here is that compound inside one, right, or range. This right here marks it too. Right here is a pretty tight range in this area, right here. The candles are really tightly stacked in there. So it opens, comes back and tests as a first test, and it's tested again here. All right, so it looks like this. You could take this long when it crosses the high here of this candle. The wick of this candle here, you take it high or long, with the target being here. Your safest entry is when it crosses the high here. Amazon's still pushing here. It looks like it's shot.
When it gets slow later, can you go over that flat top move again?
Yeah, that thing. The last 2 or 3 months, I've been looking at all the top traders' videos and their strategies and stuff, because I always want to improve mine. Every one of their strategies, I'm talking about the best traders in the whole entire world, their strategy revolves around that flat top or retest. Yeah, I can show you video after video after video. They're all trading a flat top. And of course, they trade other patterns and stuff, but their money maker is flat top breakout. Everybody's watching it. And that's the beauty about these pivots. They mark the flat top breakout. And of course, the higher time frame that the price breaks out, the bigger the move. The longer price stays inside a range, the bigger the move. And, if I'm watching it and you're watching it, and there's a billion other people watching it, and hedge funds and brokers and institutions, they're watching it. The beauty of it is when it breaks, they either rip or they don't, right? So your stop is so tight. If it fails, you're out. Your stop's clearly marked. They either rip when they break or they don't. And we know that we give a little bit of room because price expands on them. And secondly, after 11 o'clock, we want to see a volume increase. So you can have some set rules. You say, hey, I'm going to take this flat top breakout here. And I'll just show you on shot. I'm sitting here talking. So here's a flat top breakout. And I've got scans that finds these if you're interested. But the pivot,
Absolutely.
marks the flat top breakout. And you could set the study to find the day, the 4 hour, the day, the week, the month. And also the beauty of these flat tops is they happen on all time frames. It could be a 5 minute, 15, 30, month, year, it does not matter. When it breaks it, you know, it breaks it. So we know that price, so there's a couple of rules to it. We know that price expands on these things. The upside and the downside. So here shop has broke it this morning and failed, it's rejected. It could go back up and test it again and keep breaking. So if it breaks it, if it breaks the high of the day, it'll be long, of course, but so the reason you get some rooms because they can break out, trap people. It's called a bull trap, and then expand back down, go back to the range and take stop and trap buyers in there. So you get a little bit of room on the break, and then you know, you can have a couple rules. One rule could be you could say, hey, I'm not going to take it until I got to close above it or pull back above the break, or you could say I'm not going to take this thing until it breaks above it. It retests it, all right, so it touches it, and then it pulls back. I'll take it when it crosses the high. So you're confirmed that's above it. So you might miss some of the move there, you know, but sometimes they won't even come back and test it. It's just so strong, they just keep going.
Yeah.
But the reason you gotta account for expansion is because sometimes price will break it, come back, pull inside this line just a little bit, and then go higher. And that's important for your stops. So you gotta be mindful of that. But the beauty of it is they go immediately and they don't, they'll fail. So your stop could be 10 or 20 cents below the pivot. But that's all it is, just a flat top break. This thing's been consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, maybe longer than that. And the longer price stays inside of range, the bigger the breakout happens. Well, hell, let me do this. I'll show you some classic examples of breakouts we've taken just in the last month. Amazon, beast mode. Let's pull up the daily flat top breakout, and this thing broke out on the month, the week. Do we know it was gonna? Were we ready for the breakout? Yeah, we were ready. We hit it. That happened on a Monday morning. Pre-market. I told everybody, I said, if it breaks this right here, it's long, and the damn thing ran like $40 in 10 minutes. Right here, flat top breakout. It happened on the month. It breaks out right here. All right, so you go down to 5 minute. You can see this break. You could actually see this pivot right here when price was here on the 60 and the 30. So the 5 minute is where you take your entry. You want to see it pushing up on the 5 minute first for that break and take it early. It pushed up, comes back and retesting now. All right, so it should come back up. If it does, it'll start taking out these stops. Also, on the retest, there's a measured move here too. So if you measure from the high to the pivot, that's $100 there. Your next target's going to be $100 above the high. The measured move. And that goes for all time frames. It doesn't matter which time frame it breaks out of. It's all the same. Another one looks like a breakout. It's Myrna. Myrna. Let me pull up the weekly chart. Myrna is beautiful. This thing. Now this was a monthly breakout as well. Point up on the week so you can see it a little better because it broke and retested. It breaks out right here. This candle. There's a flat top. Anyway, I can't really draw it. But the pivot marks the flat top. It's the beauty of the pivots. It breaks out on this candle here. Comes up, retest, bounce. Now, measured move. It's from the highest can afford to pullback to the pivot. Say it's $100. The next one's $100. Did it break? Did it make the major move? Hell yeah, yeah. Easily.
So do you always wait for the retest?
No, I'll take the break out. I take the break and then the retest.
You hold it on the retest?
No, I don't. I'm not following it. So I'll take the initial break.
Right. And do you
And then
hold
when
it
it-
while it retests?
Oh, no, hell no, I'm out. I'm out because, well, it's the weekly chart, but I'm just day trading. So I catch the initial move and I cut it. Yeah, I just take profits on it. Now I'm looking, I'm always looking at these things.
So when the
Oh,
wick starts breaking down on that top there, you get out, right? On that
Oh,
second one?
Yeah, well, yeah. If this is a 5-minute chart or something like that, I probably pull profits here, and then say it was a 5 minute or 15 or 30 or whatever, and it retests, then you could take it when it crosses the high for the pullback. If it's a
Right.
5-minute chart.
All right. Thank you.
You're
If you
welcome.
could, when you get a chance, can you share that scan?
Yeah, sure. Right now. So let's look at this is a weekly chart on Myrna. But let's pull up HD, and HD's retesting. It looks like it's starting to pull back right now, but we'll pull it up. Anyway. HD on the 15 here. Well, let's do this. It's HD. It's a 30-minute chart. So it breaks out here. And of course, you're gonna be scalping it. You can hold in there a long time if you want, but it comes back down and retest. So it tells you there's strength in there. If it can't break back through this prior resistance level, it becomes support. It makes it stronger. So if it can't break through, then there's only one direction it can go, and that's up.
Right.
So it holds, so expect it to go up. Now your safer entry, you can take this on a 30-minute chart when it breaks the inside, with the target being here. But your safer entry is always when it breaks the high.
Right.
Yeah, and that's like let's pull up SPY from yesterday. Or not yesterday, but the day before. What's important? On SPY on Monday, we had a gap down. Here, gap down. Started chopping sideways. It's important. See that? See how it flattens out here? We wouldn't have saw the pivot. But it touched it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It can never break through this level. So if you see something like that, you need to pay attention to it. If it can't break through it, there's a floor there. It's like a hidden level. It's a floor.
Right.
So if it can't go lower, it's got to go higher. So I took calls when it broke out here. Showed them overnight. I sold them at open. Then got back in it yesterday. That breaks the high. And there's all kinds of confirmation. It's a break and a retest on the daily. Past patterns on the weekly. It's 2 up month. Pretty confident it's gonna fill that gap yesterday. And then on top of that, PMG got these stops stacking there really tightly. Right now, it's currently 2 up, 2 down. So if it breaks the high, it'll be long on the day. Anytime you see a floor or a group of candles, like right here, there's resistance right here. Now it's support. But see how the candles are lined up, and it might even come up over here.
So compound 2 and 2, right?
Yeah. So this is this right here is just a compound 1. Just a small. It's just trading sideways. It's just chop. So
All right.
It's just a tight range. So basically, yeah, it's just a 2, and then it goes inside, and then a 2 off.
Jerry, Myrna broke the high of the day, broke that pivot. It's going.
Yeah, nice. Myrna's along. But anytime you see an area where price can't break through, you need to pay attention to it. And, you know, it acted as resistance here. So it acted as resistance. When it finally broke through, it was long, right? And also you can get that retest in one candle if you're watching. So it breaks out here on the day, retest it. So it comes, breaks up, it retests it like that and goes back up. That's what it looks like in that one candle. You saw that little wick touching there.
Right.
It's doing it. It broke out, it opened, came back down and tested that level because that's a strong level right here. It's a very strong level before. So it was resistance, now it's support. So we can expect this thing to come back up. You won't take it until it breaks the higher. Okay. So really, this right here is a flat top breakout. This right here is a flat top breakout. So anytime you see a range, really it's just a flat top.
All right.
And you know, just like we take the breakout to the top side, you can take it to the downside. So you got this flat top right here. It's a floor. So if price broke below that, it's going to be short. Because they're going to be strong enough. If they keep pecking away, eventually it's gonna hold and it's gonna bounce or it's gonna break through. And as soon as it breaks through, it'll be short. Because it's a flat top break to the downside. Myrna's long here, target the high, Novax is long. But if Novax and Myrna keeps pushing, it could take out the two stops from yesterday and the day before. They're coming back through range. It's really strong on the week. Wayfair's short right here as it breaks the low and it comes back through range. Yeah, so pay attention to these flat tops.
Thanks, Jerry.
Walk on.
And share that scan when you get a chance.
Jerry, isn't your flat top breakoff just a 2-1?
Yes, sir. It's all it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you already have it. It's just this 2-1 scan. If you
Yeah.
have that scan.
I've got one here. It's right here. I made it a couple months ago. It's pivot break for the 4 hour. The 4 hour, a lot of times it'll show the daily. Sometimes it'll show the weekly. And a lot of times that pivot will show on the 60 and 30. So first one's ALB. See, it's broke above the pivot there. Man, you gotta look through them, of course, but it's showing the break of the pivot. And you gotta be mindful whenever you're looking at these pivots in the scan, you gotta be mindful that, you know, price expands and then comes back through range. So another thing too is these pivots, they mark the top of in the bottom of the Broughton formation, they show expansion. It's best to run the scan at the end of the day. All right, but you can look at it all day. Horizon. So if you're looking at it, you see expansion, you know, you can also take it back through range. And there's another one that finds a bounce off the bottom of the 4 hour. And I like this one better because now you're coming back through range. So if you look at the 4 hour here, it's March price expansion. So a lot of times when they bounce to the 4 hour and they start coming back through, your target's always going to be to pivot high. But as they come back through, you want to make sure they push up. You want to get at least one pullback through this range and they close above it. You can take it as soon as it crosses the high there, the target being the pivot high. So that's a good scan too, especially for swings. Let's look up the IPG. IPG just ripped. Look at that big gap. Gosh. JP Morgan. JP Morgan run back to range. Burner's almost a target here. It shows price expansion. The price broke through the pivot. Now it's starting to come back up. That's what I like about it. You'll see it, it marks it when it starts coming back through the 4 hours. So there's a pullback, the downside, retest, push up. Target's always going to be the pivot. Of course, you want to go down to lower time frames to gain entry in it. Confirmation. There's running. Novak's hit target. Come back through range. Are you in expanded? Expand through the 4 hour, come back through. First pullback. Second pullback. Or it's always going to be the pivot highs. Plus it's going to through these big red candles in this line. Novak's is longer add to it here. Marner breaks the high on the 15 there. It's gonna be longer add to it as well. Anytime a stock pulls back and goes long, you can add to it, or it's another entry. Never chase a stock. Never chase a ticker. You know, ever, because that's when you start getting them big. If you mark it in on your chasing, you're marking it, boy. I'm gonna be selling you my contract for a really high price. Don't do it. All you do is wait on at least one pullback. Even if it's on the 1 minute, you gotta have some kind of pullback. Want to get you in there. Yeah, cost is trying to come right back up. Took you off the bottom with a hammer. Breaking that 30-minute pivot right this second. It definitely can come back up before it can. All right, the pivot break to the upside in the chat. And I'm going to post the pivot break to the downside too. For the 4 hour pivot low break. Make it the top. Novak's coming up with a Momo hammer. How's John doing today?
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Sorry, bud. Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Doing
How you doing
okay.
today?
I'm just trying to focus on trading and making some money. So
Gotcha.
I'm not ignoring anybody.
Oh yeah.
I love all my people.
Shit, we love you too, man. Roku trying to break high today. It does be long. This looks like it's trying to curl here. Netflix real quick. So you look Netflix on the 30-minute, 15. It's 2 down, 2 up. So that's really one candle. So we see it on the 30 and the 15 as it starts to curl. There's VWAP up there, but always want to look at the higher time frames first to kind of see what it's doing. Right now on the month it's chopping sideways. There's still plenty of range there to trade. Boy, it looks like crap on the week. We can still trade it though. Any kind of reverse is always going to happen on the lower time frame first. Volume's been picking up on it last week or so. But it's in a downtrend right now. So right now we don't know if it's reversing. Could just be a chop before it starts going lower. So I'll break this one down. There's the rules. These are my rules for taking a reversal. All right, this is one candle. 25% above the base. Also, we want to be at least 25% above the low. And we want to look for the strongest support resistance level in here. All right, right now, and closer to 25%. All right, so you can't have, you don't really want to pick a strong support resistance level, 50, 60% from the base, because we're gonna waste most of the move. So right now, let's hit this level here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches. So the way I see it is, I say to myself, if it can break to this level here, it's gonna be pretty damn strong, because that acted as support, it's resistance. So to get back through there, it's gonna take a lot of buying to get through it, a lot of it. So if they can break through that level, a pretty good chance of keep going higher. So there's no trade in this thing until it breaks the highs. The high right here. There's no trade until it breaks this resistance. There's another resistance level here. A small one here, a small one here.
NVIDIA breaking highs.
Okay. So looking at the lower time frames on this thing, or the higher time frames, this thing's ugly. It more than likely is going to go lower. Again, right now it's chopping sideways here. Okay. If you're going to take it, it needs to cross below 505.50 to go short, or above this level here to go long. So let's see here. 515 for a long, 505.61 to be short. You don't really want to be taking any kind of trades in this range right here, because you can get really, really chopped up right here. Now it is making higher highs, but right now it don't really mean nothing, because every time it comes to this range here, it's starting to wick. CRWD is trying to test the high of the day. Roku is trying to test the high of the day. Tesla's trying to chop back up there. So until it breaks the high of the low, there's no trade on Netflix.
The Qs are getting ready to break the high of the day.
We're out. Have a good day, brother. Oh yeah, nice.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Give Jerry his money.
Give me my money.
Jerry Roku was punched through that 420 you were
Oh
talking.
yeah. I was getting ready to say that.
That's what's a lot of alike traders, everyone looking at the same stuff. We share everything good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't watch everything. So Roku's long right now, guys. It breaks the high today. PMG target's going to be the pivot on the 60, 442.
How about BA?
BA. It's stuck right inside right now. It's starting to curl right now. It's sideways. There's really no trade. If you're going to take it back up, it needs to cross at least 222.50. And to short it, it needs to cross at least 220.60. So it's fixing to go short right now. The target's going to be the body, 219.39, and then the wick, and then the gap fill.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, so. Novak's is still going here. Myrna's forming a Momo hammer up. She took it. Novak's got a PMG setting up on the 30. If you pull up Novak's on the daily, and Myrna on the daily, you can see where it pulled back. It could quickly take up stops as it goes back to new highs. So Myrna, our BA, let's take a look at it right quick. Pushing up on the higher time frames, but comes up. Now it's starting to curl. It's starting to level out a little bit here. So it's losing a little bit of strength. We're getting all these wicks at the top as they try to keep pushing it higher, and it goes lower, making lower highs, lower lows. Right here it's kind of flattened out. It did break through it though, so it's still coming down. If it decides to come down, the first target's always going to be the body and the wick and then possible gap fill. You always have to keep in the back of your mind though that price has been pushing up on higher time frames, and right now it's really inside. So if you take this candle here and make it one candle, all this is inside and currently is right in the middle. So it's really, you gotta be real careful. So you can still trade it, but just gotta be careful. It is coming back through the range. So again, the target's gonna be the body and the wick. Myrna's long here, guys. Novak's is long, and Momo hammer's to the upside. So that Momo hammer is nothing more than a pullback and a break. It's a 2-1-2 with 2 candles. Roku long, crowd's long, that breaks the high. Next target's going to be pivot on the 30. All right, that's trying to break as well. So let's pull this. Let me pull this up right quick for John. Or Joe, sorry. Joe, let's take a look at Autodesk.
All right.
These breaks happen on all time frames, and they even happen in 2 candles. So a 2-1-2 is nothing more than a flat top breakout. All right. So if you look at the 15 here on Autodesk, a flat top.
Yeah.
Marked by the pivot. So as soon as it crosses the high by 20-30 cents, it's long. Also, if you're looking at one, Roku's moving. If you're looking at one and it's really close to a site number, like it's really close to 299 here, it's best to wait till it crosses 299, which is the site number. And it's even more important on the lower price tickers. But yeah, always go at 20-30 cents. After 11 o'clock, you really want to see volume increase too on these breaks. Novak's been ripping here. That's just a flat top break. Another thing you want to be mindful of is when you're looking at this thing, it's best to have multiple time frames up, because you want to be aware of any pivots right above it. All right, because it could break out on the current pivot, for it to come up and touch the higher pivot and then bounce.
Yeah.
So there's a pivot on a 15. There's the next pivot on a 5. So it's no, that's the one thing. It's safer to take the higher pivot, just in case it's on that 15 or 30, whatever. You always want to take the one that's right above it, because it could break out of this one, come up and test this one, and then double top and come right back to the range. And again, if it breaks that 15, you know, your next target's going to be the 60. And the 60 is really where the magic's going to happen. That's trying to come back up. Let's look at Roku right quick too.
Okay.
Same thing, flat top breakout. Right there's your flat top marked by the pivot.
Yeah.
That breaks out here, comes up, pulls back, retest, and then goes higher. Now look for a retest. They don't have to test. They don't have to come back and touch it to retest. Now they can come back. They can do one of 3 things. They could just get it they could just break out and just keep going if the strength is strong enough. They can come back, touch it, and then go. They can come back and wick through just a little bit and then go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's why it's important that our stops are a little bit below the pivot. Because if it happens to go up and you're sitting to that first pullback, if you cut it as soon as it crosses the pivot, price conversion in favor. Or it can go the way you really want it to go.
Yeah, that's what usually happens.
And also, let's look at CRWD. It's after 11 too, so it's breaking, and it's more important to pay attention to volume after 11. So here's a flat top breakout here. There's a pivot here. We don't take that one. You could have if you want to scalp it, but it's safer to take the higher pivot. Now this one's a couple dollars away, so that's going to be your target.
Right.
Take it when it breaks the pivot, and this one failed. But come up, it breaks out, it falls back down, tries to go again, second time, and it fails. So that's one reason, especially after 11, that you're paying attention to volume, because it'll tell you if it's manipulation or if it's going to be a real break.
That's an inverted hammer there too, right?
Yeah, it's a shooter. It's twice. Now, let's see what time it is, 15. So volume did increase there. So, it could test and go back up, but it's safer that we see a nice clean break.
Right.
And, each ticker, I say 10 or 20 cents above, 20, 30 cents, but, it really depends on the ticker. Like AMC or something, Ryan, a smart Ford, GE, you can give it 5 or 10 cents easy. And that's more than enough. On a bigger ticker, it could be $1, like on Amazon or Shop, I'd want to see at least $1 above the pivot.
Right.
And after 11, you want to get a little bit more even. Because they will trap you. You're really good about trapping you.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. So I'm looking at charts. When I'm looking at my big screen during the day, I'm looking for these 2-2s back up, 2-2 down. I'm looking for flat top breaks. I'm also looking for breaks of the day's high. Because when they break the day high, it's basically a flat top breakout. A 2-1-2 in itself is a flat top breakout. And a compound 1 is nothing more than a flat top breakout. It's all the same. Days that are choppy, we like trading 2-2s back through range. Yeah. Market's choppy as a whole. Good for scalping, not good for holding. I'm missing Adobe here. Adobe. Adobe Q2 back up through range. Target 612.75. Now, if you look at Adobe, really tight range. Through 2 months, but look at the 4 hour and the daily. This thing is almost straight across. So even though this is not marked a flat top or by pivots, it's a flat top break when it breaks that 612, 613 level. 100%. Really tight.
Neo's got decent volume and it's breaking out. It's right at the hour pivot.
Jerry, remember I was telling you about NYMO and Nemo? They're about minus 100 now. NYMO's -4 and NYMO's -12. Can show you when it gets those extreme levels, you can just go double down and go crazy buying.
That means it's gonna bounce and go higher.
Yeah, remember it was minus 100. Now it's almost flat. When you get to those levels, I'm just telling you, within 24 hours, the market's going to reverse.
Mhm.
That's really cool.
Now, that's why I followed that for years.
Boy, I tell you what, if Neo breaks above, it's fixing to 47.06, man, it can really rock. It's had a big red candle on the 4 hour. It can come straight up to $50. Neo looks really good, especially if it breaks that pivot. 60 there. Pretty cheap too. Zoom shine goes short. Bob is still pushing today. Goes back through range. Zoom needs a hold. You're in it. 46.50. Oh, Zoom. Zoom's back in that chop again. That's when the market starts sucking, is when they're inside of a chop on the 60 on the daily. You got to get out of that. You know, it's just the trading sideways. You can see on the daily, the 4 hour here, that moves sideways there. It's broke that pivot and now it's sitting right on top of it, retesting it. So if Zoom breaks through that, it's in trouble. Yeah, so right now, if Zoom breaks 348, let's see 347, and then 344. Baidu's trying to go at the high of the day again. Autodesk is getting close to breaking. Baidu's consistently pushing here. So Baba wants to see that to 11 range. Pretty good resistance right there too when it breaks it. Baidu's trying to go for the high of the day. Wayfarer's coming up. Baidu flat top breakout on the 5-minute. And Baidu, if you look on the weekly, it's tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It's expanding. So let's pull this up. I think it's interesting. These pivots mark that expansion. So let's clean this garbage up. And redraw it. So if we draw it from here to here, if I zoomed in on this, I'll show you, it actually went down here. So it starts here. This one takes out this stop. This one takes out this stop. Expanding. It's still kind of chopping sideways. CYTK. Autodesk is breaking. CYTK looks good. Oh yeah, man, come up and touch 31. The volume, that volume is decreasing just a hair. Gap up. Right. Oh, it's breaking out a monthly flat top breakout. It broke before, retested, now it's trying to come back up again. It takes a month when it breaks that 3141 level. It's making higher lows on the 4-hour. It's a wedging. So break. Good. Looking interesting. If your long target's 30-30, I'll set an alert there. It breaks above a little bit. There's maybe taking it long. Test of chopping all day. Look at that check. Test is in a really tight range too. If you look at the 5-minute, just chopping. And if you looked at it, it's actually making higher lows in this range. So if you draw it, it looks like this. It's wedging, and it's eventually going to break out one side the other. You should know which way. This right here is a compound inside bar. One. Right here. All this is inside. So all this is at 2, 1. It's either going to break to the top or to the bottom. If it breaks to the bottom here, it's going to be short. First target's going to be the pivot high and then pivot low. Yeah. I'd much rather it come up. It's smoother selling on the way up. So that's some clean targets and a lot of nice stops to take out. Market's choppy. Usually when the market's choppy, I'll scan my Bob scan, and I'm gonna look for the strongest tickers. So the market's chopping. There's always gonna be a few tickers that just pushing up real nice, and that's the ones we want to target today. And those usually have the natural buyers and sellers in there. So let's look at Chipotle. Chipotle pushed up pretty good this morning. Hang on, 85 hours. Now it's chopping sideways here. So let's mark Chipotle for the break of 1742. Because it's just going to be a 2. Chop sideways, that's a 1 and a 2. And we don't know if it's going to go up or down, and it really doesn't matter. If we're going to short it, it needs to cross below 1711. And actually, you might want to get in a little bit earlier. Such a big move. So there's a block of support right at 17.6. It breaks that a little lower. So we mark both sides of that. It don't matter which way it goes.
Jerry, if you don't mind, can you share that scan one more time? I feel like you've shared it a bunch, but I'm not seeing it.
Which one?
Bob. Maybe I'm not looking under strat Bob. No, it's not there.
There you go. Docu's
Thank you.
You're welcome. Docu's trying to come back up. 2-2 back up. Saddle still looking good. Needs to break out 114.
Can you do Amazon?
What's that?
Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon looks like it's trying to go short, doesn't it?
I think if it's short, 35.30 should be the target.
Yeah, let me pull it up. I'll give you exact. Yeah, so as soon as it breaks, it's fixing to break right now. As soon as it breaks 35.57, it'll be short. Target's gonna be 35.51. And actually, let's target the body first, 35.53, and then 51.
Thank
If
you.
you look across, there's a pivot on the 5 minutes. So let's pull that up real quick because that prior pivot can act as support as well. So right here, really mindful of that. That's why if you look over here, every time it hits this prior pivot, it is rejecting. So let's I might extend this pivot over here so you can see it. And every time price comes down to it, it's wicked off of it. Let's put that prior pivot there. It could bounce. So look, if it breaks above, if it breaks above 35.63, 64, I mean, it's gonna be long. You can scalp it with the target being 71, 72. You don't want to take that entire move. You don't want to wait till it gets to the top. You want to take part of it. Right?
Thank you.
So maybe like $7 for taking profits. Because there's something here. There's some kind of hidden support, and that support is coming from. We know where it's coming from. It's coming from that pivot. So it would take a lot of strength to break down. So either way, if it breaks down through that, it's short. It's short below this candle wick here. 1357.37. And again, treat it just like a breakout. It needs to cross by, 30, 40, 50%.
Coins pushing.
What's that?
Coin.
Nobody's starting to roll over. I'm just gonna roll with it. Nobody's breaking. Volume increasing. Nice. Breaking through that pivot on the 4 hour. Let's get that big red candle come up. Target's gonna be 244 on this thing. It's looking good. Let's keep an eye on Novak's and Myrna here. They're short. One does look good, especially go long. It's actually long right now. You see a solid green candle. Shot trying to come up. Novak's is rolling over. It's breaking back through the pivot. We want to make sure it breaks below. Some support at 206.38 here. If you look at the 30, it's a shooter down, so 2 up, 2 down. And it can quickly come back down this big green candle here, 200 hours. We're looking at short this time. Autodesk break it out. All right, there's a break. It's retesting right now on the downside. If it holds and breaks back below 207, 206.90, it's short. Target's going to be this big green candle in 5 minutes, 205.04, 202.80, 200.
You know, Jerry, I don't know if this will help anyone else, but you helped me with something this morning that you said that I thought was really good. I've been trading Netflix this morning, and when you pulled up the chart, you kind of went through something. And anyway, I was talking about this a little bit the other day, and I think this is a good point that you made. You know, these markets, have been having such big pullbacks or such big jumps in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about, you know, looking for the reversal, right?
Myrna's short, guys. Novak's is short.
And I was looking for that too, right? It felt like this morning it was going to be a big, big reversal. But the one thing that is interesting was like Netflix was trading in a range right after that, but it was a bigger range, right? If you looked at it, it was a bigger range than it looked like. You had to kind of look for it. And I had a tighter range than it did. And I entered early and it hit, and right where the range was, top of the range. And then it went back in, and it's been in that range all day. And because I was looking for the reversal, you know, obviously, right, you know, now I held it and I got out break even. But the thing I think is interesting, right, is we were talking about this, is like, it's really hard to wait for that confirmation, right? You're talking about that, right? You're saying like, you got to wait for the confirmation.
Yeah.
But I think the other thing is that, like, when you see these big moves, because a lot of the guys have been asking questions about like, how do you trade the open, or how do you know when to look for the breaks? Or you also talked about looking for the confirmation on the 60. You said if it's inside, you want to stay away from it. Like, you brought up a lot of really, really good points, right? And so I think like one of the things that you talked about, which again, I'm saying because for me, like that really helped me this morning, is it's really good to look for a reversal. It's really good to look for a setup. But if you get too excited about a setup, or you see yourself, because I took it short and I was like, oh, this is really good, it's going to reverse, I'm all set. But you don't appreciate how bad it is to get in the middle of a range, which is what happened to me with Amazon and happened to me with Netflix. Like, that's where you're going to lose the most money, right? You get chopped up and you get killed, and waiting for confirmation and making sure that the move is the right move, instead of being so worried about missing the move. And I know that gets me, right? Like, that's gotten me this morning, that got me yesterday, especially when you're like, oh, I want to make sure I make money today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot in what you said, right? And like, I wish I just reminded myself all the time that like, getting chopped up and entering at the wrong time is going to do 10 times more damage than being worried about missing a move than and not making money. But I forget that, right? Because you get in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just thought that was a really good point. I wanted to bring it up. Some of you guys may be like, yep, I know that. But if not, you know, like, there's a lot of really great stuff in there that you brought up, and it probably would help a lot of people on the call.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and you know, especially if it's inside, say it's the inside 60, but the inside candle is smack dead in the center. I mean, just stay away. So sometimes it's best to give up $5 or $6, that $5 or $6 move for confirmation. So just wait till it breaks out one side or the other. It's just it's safer. You're giving up some of the room, but you know, you're not having to deal with that chop. It's just a lot safer. Yes, sir.
Yeah, like for example, right now, because you said that, I went long on NVIDIA at the top in this range, but I did a little tester, right? Very short, very small. And I have a range here to exit, and I've set an ad at 196, and you know, it did break 195. So it triggered if it breaks this, go long, but then it pulled back. So it's still kind of in there. So now I'm in, right? Like whatever, but it's a very little bit. So I made sure I hedged it, so I'm not going to lose much money. So if I exit, I'm pretty close. If it breaks below this line here, you know, I'm probably within a few dollars. But I also made sure that I said it better get to 196 before I add. Whereas before, what I was doing was when it's in these tight ranges, I would enter it. And then because of the confirmation, I'd be like, oh, I got my confirmation, I'm going to add a lot. And that's another thing, right? Like to your point about adding one and adding more, right? Like I need to do a better job of also saying, you know, you gotta put in some wiggle room to say, well, get your first confirmation, but especially if these things have been choppy markets and they've been ranging, give yourself a little room before you add. That's something I'm not doing as well. And that is something I'm trying to, so this is what I'm going to do to try to bake that in, like put in a second target that says, if it can't get to here, you can't add. So again, for me, like I'm not saying everyone else does, but that's what I'm trying to do. Today it's helping me, right? Because I don't usually do that. Like I just use gut feel. I say, oh, it's going up, I'm going to add, but I realize I'm adding too fast. And to your point, right, if the move is really going up and it's confirmed, you should be able to see that and add at a good spot. And right away with NVIDIA, because I did that, I've already saved myself a bunch of money because it hasn't gone up.
Nice. Yeah, it's, you know, it's easy to do with a loss of one contract. And, you know, and also too, the reason I do one is because, you know, you start with one, if it's wrong, you're just out for a small one. But, you know, during that first pullback, a lot of times, as you're sitting through it, you can be red, you know, until it comes up. As soon as it breaks that high, the pullback, that's when you add, because now it's going to make a new high usually.
Right.
But, you know, a lot of times that first pullback, you're red when it hits the bottom. If you're lucky, it goes back up. If you're not, it reverses. Now you're out that entire move, plus the spread. So.
Right. But in particular, though, and I'm not saying this is a but, this is just an and. I think we get a little spoiled sometimes. Like the last few days, the market has given us some good direction at different times during the day.
Yeah.
Today, the market is really ranging. It's really choppy.
It's garbage today.
Right. So you have to be even more careful, you know, and forcing trades, right? Like this is what forcing trade looks like. And I came in here today thinking I'm going to make a whole shitload of money, right? I'm going to do it. But I've already been like, okay, well, you know what? You can't make money if the money's not there, right? You got to make the trades that are there. And the only way you do that is by following your rules. Because as soon as you start trying to put a trade where a trade isn't, man, that's where you lose a ton of money.
Texas fishing goes short here. But you're right. You know, you got to be careful. You know, and when the market's ranging, you got to take the profits quicker. That's all there is to it. Texas fishing goes short. Martin's still coming down. VIX is pulling back up a little bit, bring the market with it. Amazon's fishing goes short as soon as it crosses the low.
Hey, John, this is Corey. You know, sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't be giving you any comments about your trades. I mean, you're nice enough to show your trades. Unless you asked, I should have kept my mouth shut. So I'm sorry I critiqued you.
I don't know why you keep saying you're sorry.
Well, I mean,
I keep trying. I told you this yesterday. I keep telling you this again. I'm going to say it again. Like, I want people to critique me. I don't think I'm better than anyone else, and I did bad, stupid things, and I appreciate the feedback, Corey. So stop apologizing. I don't think that I'm better than you. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I don't mean it. I don't mean that stuff, but I just should have just kept, you know, I mean, we all have different risk levels. My job, I work as an actuary, so we always, you know, we judge our risk. And what I might think is a risk, you don't, or vice versa. So, I mean, you know, if you're asking for thoughts, I could have gave it. I don't need to give you my opinion. So I should have shut my big mouth. That's my fault.
Okay, but let me just say this the last time, because I think that's a bad set of guiding principles for this group. You're saying things for me because you're sharing thoughts because you care, right? Not because you're trying to tell me what to do. And that's what makes this room great, right? If you're telling me what to do because you think you know it all and you're better than me, that would be different. I want people to share their thoughts because they want to share different perspectives, right? And you have my permission to do that, right? So thank you.
And I wasn't coming from a point of arrogance. I just,
right.
I know you work hard, you know.
No, right.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at my trades, you probably, you know, give me the business too. So.
Right. Just like Nicole, she was very transparent with me yesterday, right? I want people to give me that feedback because I give you feedback. So it takes humility to be good in this business, right?
Yeah.
So
and
that's
I
right.
agree.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like that, I share my mistakes because I want you guys to learn from them. But I know that there are things that I need to do better. And I'm grateful for the fact that, you know, Jerry and other people are here to help me get better. If I was such a great trader, I'd make millions of dollars, you know, and right now I'm not making
the way I
millions
look
of
at it
dollars.
is Jerry's created a family in here in this group. And it's just, you don't like to see a family member, you know, failing. You know, and I didn't say you fell. Yes, I'm just saying, I don't like to, I want to see us all win, all make money. At least that's my perspective.
Right. I mean, we have trust. We have a lot of trust in here. So, I mean, you know, I appreciate that. And if I felt like you were coming from a good place, then it'll be different, but I know it is.
We all need constructive critique. It helps us all.
Yeah, 100%, you know, and it's like, you see a family member doing something wrong, you know, something's going to hurt them. I mean, you want to say something, and it's, you know, it's coming out of love. It's not hate, jealousy, or spiteful. I mean, we still care for each other here, and we want everybody to succeed. And even me, you know, I'm not perfect all the time. I get stopped out of shit all the time. You know, I'm not perfect either.
Right. I mean, today I'm specifically telling you that I'm trying to do some of the things that Jerry's saying I should be doing.
And
trading differently because I realize that I'm making some mistakes, and at the same time I'm listening because I realize that I get caught up in the moment. And so, for example, like when I try to make a lot of money, like I'm not looking at things, you know, like trading is an emotional business, right? And it always will be. And it doesn't matter how smart you are. So I think that that's the reason why. I mean, there are traders out there that have made hundreds of millions of dollars that have lost it all trading.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not me just being hyperbole, you know, using hyperbole.
Well, even Jesse Livermore, at the end of his life, he was broke.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like the guys who are the turtle traders, right? The guys who, I mean, that's a fact, right? So many traders out there that make so much money.
Amazon short.
All. So if anybody gets to a point where they think they have it all figured out, I can guarantee you that in no time at all, you're going to lose all your money.
Yeah.
So you better never get to that point, or you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, you should always want to grow. I mean, even me, I still look at videos, I still read books and everything else. Look, I want to keep growing my strategy. I think everybody should always want to improve. There's always, if you spend your whole life trading, you're never going to know everything.
I mean, professionals have coaches all the way through because, I mean, they know they always have to keep getting. I mean, I'm never going to stop trading with Jerry because, I mean, I need to get better. I mean, Jerry does things better than me. So anyway, like I said, I don't want to get us off track, but let's just be clear. I'm sharing my knowledge because there are things that I could do well, but I've got a long way to go as a trader. And, you know, I just want to get better. 100%. I want to get better. I want to be really, really good at trading. That is my goal, no matter what. right? And if
Well,
you guys,
well,
can-
and I'll say one thing, I won't say it again, but I mean, when I was coming yesterday, I was coming from a point of humility. I get caught up in a moment, we all sometimes make a bad mistake, and sometimes the gambler comes out of us and we do things that we probably wouldn't do if we were in a normal, rational set of circumstances.
yeah, I mean, I that's why I'm saying, like, I know I own my mistakes, and believe me, the only thing I can tell you guys, and I keep saying it, is that, and other people here, like, that's why I thought what Nicole said the other day about, when she said she lost all money in the account, is the most important thing about trading is, like, you can't make the same mistakes over and over again, but you do have to have the perseverance to keep going. You can't beat yourself up forever, right? So, I mean, like, I'm not delusional, right? You make mistakes and you keep going, right? So, but you have to be honest about the mistakes you make. That's a big part of trading. So that's it.
Yeah, well, thank you, John. I mean, you're a very honorable guy. Thanks for all that you do to the room.
Oh, no.
Few people actually open up their book and share their trades and all. I mean, it takes a lot of character.
I mean, like I said, it's fine. I appreciate the honesty. When people like Olivia and people like, I forget the guy who was talking the other day, and people like Nicole and other people actually feel like the trust is there then to say the things about their lives, right? When they say those things, that gives me tremendous satisfaction. That's what makes me feel like what I'm doing is worth it, right? Because I feel like I've created or helped to create the trusted environment that other people feel empowered to do that. So
well, you absolutely did, John. I wholeheartedly agree. The class that I was in before this, the teacher would scream if you made a mistake. And like, this sounds horrible, but it's true. And he would do it over and over again on webinars, he would just scream. So I was uncomfortable sharing things that, like you just said, would make me better, because he just made everyone feel like a failure if they did something dumb. So I haven't shared what I did yesterday with very many people because of that. So you being so transparent, Olivia being so transparent, has been wonderful for my growth as a trader. So I'm grateful. This room is awesome.
Right. I mean, I think that to me, that is the most rewarding thing, right? And the fact that Jerry is so good at what he does, and Jerry's willing to take the time to share so much of his knowledge, and he puts the room together, and he does it because he cares about him. I mean, that's what this room is all about. So to me, that gives me great satisfaction. So I love to hear that, and I hope everyone just is getting a ton of it. So
Jerry's patience and kindness are out of this world.
I appreciate that.
He's still a hick though, so don't let him forget that.
Yeah, well, fuck it, man. I got my shotgun. No, seriously. Yeah, when somebody hears somebody that they can't hardly understand making pretty good trades, first when they hear you talking Southern, they think that you're slow or something. So you just gotta prove them wrong.
ES just popped. Big.
SPY did too.
Yeah. ES is the future, so it's drive SPY.
I think we're all a good team. We all have each other's back here and stuff. And we all want to grow and make money. Starbucks broke. Everybody's drawn to the market to make money. I mean, that's all there is to it. Starbucks, or not Starbucks, Tesla's still short here, guys. Amazon's short. Tesla puking here. It broke out of that tri wedge. I'm short for a few minutes now.
Russell's like, Russell, you see it? Russell's like, I love how Jerry just keeps focused on making calls in the middle of the discussion. That's because Jerry's all business, baby.
That's right. You focus, man.
That's why we love Jerry. That's why Jerry, what Jerry does, I gotta tell you, that's amazing. His ability to scan the market and see opportunities, man, it's second to none. And I've got a good setup here, and I see a lot of opportunities. But I told these guys, like, even with everything I got set up, I'm close. Like, I see a lot of what you see, but not as fast as you.
It's talent, man. It's just took a lot of practice to get there, but it's doable. You know, I'm really, you know, when I'm looking at these charts, guys, I'm looking for flat top breakout. What I try to do is, as I progress, I try to break it down in simple terms. And I can say 2, 1, 2, and you know, some new people might not know that, but you know, if I say flat top breakout, it's easy. So when I'm looking at my screens, I'm looking at these breakouts to the top, a breakout to the bottom. I'm looking for 2 reversals back through trend. That's all I'm really looking for. You know, I can look. I got my 15-minute charts up, and I got 30/60s. But I'm looking for breaks of these pivots, or you know, like Netflix right now is 2-2 on the 30. You know,
MTRA.
I'm looking for it to either break to the bottom or start pushing back up. But you know, if I see something that looks interesting, I just bring it up on my big screen. I start looking at the 5, and I look at the higher time frames to kind of see direction of overall trend on it. So it takes practice, but it's not that bad. Anything's, you know, with practice. So, somebody's asking about the account size, the $2,500 account size, and how you would grow it, and some of the rules and stuff for it. You know, unless you got skin in the game, you're not going to know the emotional side of trading. So it's always important to, you know, if you don't have, it's a completely different ball game when you have money tied up in it. So you can do really good when you're skim trading, and then when you start really trading, what happens is you're not doing anything wrong. You're just letting emotions get in the way. So it's basically clouding your judgment a little bit. So here's what I would say. If you're looking at a chart, especially on the weekly and the monthly, I have a thing that's called A+ charts, and I got a scan that finds them. So you know, we're a little bit more advanced, so we're taking conflict. So we're trading conflict so we can catch these bigger moves. Some of the stuff's choppier, but if you're looking, Tesla's still going here. Target's pivot left on a 30, but look for setups that are just beautiful on the month and the week. And what I mean by that is they're very easy to read. So if you look at Oracle on a month, it's a 3-2. Right, it's a pullback and then a push up. And then on the week, you see a clear pullback and it comes back through, it breaks the high, it goes up. Last week it dojied, which is just a pullback to the upside. This week it's pushing. So, you know, if it's got a perfect month and a week, it usually relates down to the lower time frames first. So if you're looking at a chart and you don't really understand what it's doing, then avoid it, because there's too many beautiful charts out there that you can choose from to trade. So if it's a beautiful chart, it's easy to read. That's the one you want to stick with to begin with. Something that's easy to read. If I'm looking at something and I can't tell if it's going to go up or down, I just pass it up. Another thing you want to look for, if you're looking at the daily or the weekly or really any time frame whatsoever, there's a bunch of wicks on it. There's a bunch of dojis on it. There's hammers and there's shooters all over. If you see wicks everywhere, avoid it. I don't care if it looks good or not. If the chart looks good and you got a bunch of wicks everywhere, avoid it at all costs, at least for the current day. So you want to kind of stick to the at least a 15, probably no less than a 15-minute chart. 30/60 is a bit better. It just moves a little bit slower, and it's easier to interpret price. Plus, you get bigger moves. Again, the market's been kind of, you know, it's not really ranging right now, so you're going to take your profits a little bit quicker than you normally would. What I'm saying is, you're not going to be able to stay in a move all day long. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen right now. So you got to take your profits quicker, you know. And you know, here lately, I've been leaning toward this flat top as far as new traders go. I'm trying to build a strategy around it for it, so anybody can pick this one pattern up. It's money. And the pivot high and the pivot low, it basically shows you exactly what the flat top is. And the flat top can be on any time frame. And of course, the higher time frame the flat top, the pivot breaks, or the flat top break happens, the bigger the initial pop can be. But again, you know, this flat top happens on a 5-minute, 15, 30, 60, it does not matter. Between 9:30 and 11 o'clock, the rules are a little different. The breakouts, usually there's more momentum in the morning. So a breakout between 9:30 and 11 usually goes instantly. They don't fail as much. After 11 o'clock, these breakouts fail about 80% of the time. So there's a different set of rules. So instead of going 20 cents, you might want to go 50. And on the bigger ones, you might want to go $1 above that break. And you can have some rules. So you could say, hey, I'm not going to take this until we get a close above it or a pullback above it. And then and then it breaks the high. I'm going to take it then. Or you can say, I'm not going to take this flat top breakout until it breaks and then comes back and tests the pivot. And then I'm going to take it as soon as it crosses the high. So there's a couple of different rules that'll keep you safe. And you really got to, pick which one.
Novavax is long. Well, it was a second ago.
And it really depends on your risk reward. Also, if there's a pivot close to it, on the 5 minute, you want to make sure it crosses the higher pivot or the lower pivot because the breaks work to the upside or the downside. And so you want to keep it on that. So we'll use the 5 minute to get a sniper entry. So you want to take your trades on the 15 or above, but you can look at the 5 minute to gain an entry into that. That way you're catching it as soon as it crosses. And, if it's going to reverse, you're going to see it on the 5 minute first. But if you enter a trade, you really don't want to be looking at that 5 minute because it moves so much, you'll stop out quicker. Of course, you can put your stop according to the 5 minute. You want to set it on the closest support resistance from your entry, so you don't have such a big loss. But you want to look for any kind of reversal on the 15. So if you're in a long, as soon as it goes 2 up, 2 down, you can cut it right there and save as much profit as you can. Again, if you're looking at the 5 minute while you're in a trade, you're usually going to put your stops way too tight and you're going to get stopped out pretty quick. But I focus really on the flat top breaks. And once you get really, really good at that, then you can focus on these 2-2 reversals back through range. And, I like all-time highs. I like the reversals too back through range because they tend to move a little bit faster as they take out stops. But, what I used to focus on when I had a smaller account is finding tickers like AMD, GM, Apple. They have a pretty tight spread, and they also have potential to move a lot. So you want an ATR of at least $2, if not $3, like smaller tickers, and you get a larger risk to reward. So, you can get a 70-cent delta for a couple bucks, and even though it can't move that much, if you catch it at the right time, if you catch it breaking out, it can move $1 or $2. So you can gain as much as you can with a smaller account. Now, say you're trading the bigger tickers, they're going to cost more money, even though they can move more. With the capital you have, you can only take 2 or 3 trades, and if they happen to fail, you can be done for the day. So it's better to stick to the smaller ones and get your entries perfected, and then you can start moving to the bigger ones. So the reward's bigger on the bigger ones, but the loss is greater as well. So you got to be mindful of that. And also with smaller capital, you got to be even more careful with your stops, because a lot of times, if you've only got a limited amount of capital and you're in a trade, you want that trade to work even more. So now you're relaxing on your stops and you're letting them go further, because you're only allowed a few trades, especially the big ones. So if I can say one thing is to follow your stops religiously, even if you can't trade them more that day. If you get stopped out 5 times, if you stick to your stops, then you're still winning in my book. And as long as you keep them small, it only takes one good trade for the day to make up for them. But if you let each one go, hoping that it's going to come back up, you can really get hurt. So no matter if you get stopped or not, just take your stop and just stick to it. Now I think that's about it. I'm definitely focused on the flat top breaks, and a flat top really is a consolidation break. So you can find these flat top breaks if you're watching and paying attention. A lot of times, not a lot, but quite a few times you'll see it won't even be marked by the pivot high or pivot low, especially on the lower time frames. And it's like Oracle right now. If it's 90-24 level, it's a flat top. If it breaks it, it'll be long. I'll pull it up and I'll show you. It's not marked by anything, but if you're paying attention to it, you see it. And, you know, you always want it to break the high because we want it to make a new high. If it fails, you go short. And also, if it fails, it can start ranging. So it starts chopping sideways. And you don't want to be nowhere in that. Any kind of range or sideways movement, you don't want to be in it. So you want to wait till it breaks the top or the bottom. Yeah. So if I was you, I'd stick to the smaller tickers that's got a tighter spread that can move a lot, maybe even Disney. And focus on execution and speed. And as far as the options go, you know, if you're going to get a higher priced option, at least get a 30-cent delta. And that's your best risk reward. If it moves $1, you make 30. If it moves 2, you get 60. So you can get them cheap, but the further out of the money you get, the less chance that you're going to make money, really. Or, you know, if you get a 10-cent delta, it moves $10, you made 100, which is okay. But, you know, if you got a 30-cent delta, you made 300, and it's actually ends up being a bit more than that. So as far as the expiration goes, Monday through Wednesday, you're okay getting weeklies. Thursday after 11, if the price is moving slowly, it's best to get next week expiration. And on Friday, between 9:30 and 10:30, you can buy weeklies as long as the price is moving swiftly and there's momentum behind it. After 10:30, you want to go ahead and buy next week's calls. They cost more money, but you can take full advantage of the move if it's moving slowly. Because if you buy weeklies on a Friday or late Thursday, even if the price is pushing up, you can still be negative. So you're not going to be able to take advantage of the move. So just be mindful of it. And, you know, as you get more practice, you know, you can do different things with the weeklies on Thursday and Friday. So say Friday comes or Thursday, you're playing a bigger ticker and it can move $5 or $10 in a candle. Then what I do is I buy weeklies and then buy high delta calls. And that way I have to take full advantage of that big move in a short amount of time. Because I'm not planning on standing that long. So it moves $5 and it's, you know, 80-cent delta, it makes $400 in just a few minutes. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much right now. Come Thursday afternoon, buy next week. Friday after 10:30, buy next week. And if you send me a DM, you know, I'll go over charts with you one evening. I'll give you my number. Is there any new traders in the room? If you have questions or anything like that, post in the chat. I'd be glad to help you. Somebody's always willing to help. Tesla hit target there, trying to form a Momo shooter down. If it breaks the low of the day, it's going to be short. So a flat top breakout too. I want to say this could be in 2 candles. So especially at open. Well, here's another thing too. If you're new to trading, do not trade before 9:45, and it's safer not to do nothing until 10 o'clock. So it's best just to wait. Nobody's trying to 2-2 back up through range. No one's trying to do the same thing. Autodesk broke through that pivot on the 15. It's trying to come back and retest it. So stick to the flat tops. I'm telling you what, they're money, and that's what all the big guys are using. There's just a few rules, especially after 11 o'clock. They get a little bit more room. And you want to see volume increase. Yeah. Yeah. And there's even ranges on the 5-minute. Price moves sideways, so you can even catch a breakout on the 5-minute chart. I think it's pretty much done. Anybody else got anything to add to for somebody with advice on small accounts starting out, really trading?
I liked everything you said. I mean, the one thing I added to last week was I like the point you made about, you know, the difference between sim trading and real trading. And I agreed with you. I mean, I think people like to do sim trading, but I don't think you can really get the feel for it unless you do real trading. Even though sim trading is great to learn, right? Mm-hmm. If you don't know what you're doing. But I told these guys, I said, you know, like even if you're just getting started, I said, you can trade one share of stock, right? It's not really about the size. right? Like forget about options, right? Like if you just want to get used to watching the market move, right? And following a share of stock in the market and seeing it go up and down and you know what I mean? Like find a cheap stock or whatever and just buy one share.
Yeah.
Just having real money in the market and actually watching it go up and down, that changes the game. So everything you said, I agree with. And I said, like, you don't need a ton of money, right? Because you buy one share of stock, you're in the game. You can do live trade.
That's right. Gotta have some skin in the game. And I think the most important part is sticking to them stops, man. That's gonna be the life of your account. You know, and he's the guy that's asking Lou, I mean, the good thing is you're sticking to your stops. No matter if you're, you know, getting stopped out or not, you're sticking to them. And that's very important.
Right, because it's all the techniques that we're talking about, right? Can you see a range? Can you find a good entry? Can you stick to your stops, right? You know, do you see a pullback, right? Everything we're doing applies whether you trade one share, a million shares, an option, right? It doesn't matter, right? As long as you got an active position in the market, everything we're talking about, you can practice.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, when I'm not around my computer, I'll use my scans and I use my phone and I have, well, scans that are on the desktop, they come over on the phone. And I'm usually when I'm scanning, I'm scanning the FTC red, FTC green, and a 2-1 scan. That's it. That's all I use on my phone. And if you don't have those scans, I'll be glad to share them in the chat. But that's all I'm looking for. That FTC green. Oh, here's another thing for the new traders. Here's another thing too. So not only do you want to have a perfect monthly, weekly chart, if you use the FTC green, which means every time frame is green, so they're all they're all pushing up at the moment. So it increases your chances of success in a long. And the same thing goes for red. So we have one day that's just puking. There's nothing, you know, everything's just dying. I'm going to go to the FTC red scan. So if I don't see anything in my charts, I'm automatically going to go to FTC red because I want to see full time frame continuity to the downside. Because in the market's puking, these tickers that's already FTC red, they're really going to take a hit. So, and same thing on a good day, you know, the FTC green, really all you need. And so if I could pick only 4 scans, it would be my 2-1 scan, my 10% increase scan, FTC red, FTC green. That's all I need. That's all I ever need. And really, I seldomly need those because of the tickers I watch. You know, the tickers I have, the ones that's got a lot of momentum or they're big movers, high ATRs, they're consistent. And, you know, a lot of times too is, you know, the smaller tickers are great, but the bigger tickers, they move a little bit smoother. The patterns are more consistent. That's why I like the higher price tickers. I like tickers at least over 20 bucks, ATRs over 3. There's more consistency, and that's why the penny stocks are so crazy. There's just there's so much volatility in it. You can make good money in penny stocks, yeah, without a doubt. But they're so volatile, the rhythm's not there. Martin's trying to break. So I would use that FTC green or the 2-1 scan. The 2-1 scan finds those small fault breakouts. But yeah, TO scan on my phone, that's it. That's all I use when I'm out and about. Yeah, it takes a bit longer because you got to scan. You know, I got to look at the month, the week, the day, the 4 hour, and then 60, 15. Still make money on it though. And then practice your entries and your exit like Ann said would. You want to get those down pretty quick. And if you go to Discord and resources, up near the top of the video by Carmine Risotto, Baidu's breaking out here. So Baidu's long target still the pivot on the 60. And it moved all day consistent yesterday. It was kind of choppy, but it moved. But there's a video in there called by Carmine Risotto. It talks about exactly how to set your TOS up and active trader up to buy and sell these options very quickly. It shows you how to make a watch list and everything that I've got my stuff set up. besides a few differences, all came from him. So if somebody's got something that works really well, there's no sense in trying to reinvent it. And I give that guy full credit for the way I got my stuff set up. It's very quick. It works very quick. And the only thing I changed with my Active Trader is I've got join the ask on there. You can also set up templates too. If you go to settings, you can set this up quantity starting with 1. And it aggregates every time you send the order, it recycles back to 1 contract to start with. But you could set up on the template, you can make a OCO bracket or a target with bracket for a limit stop, a trail stop. And I usually keep them, I don't use the trail stops anymore, but they're very powerful, especially first thing in the morning. Now I actively manage them so I can catch them spikes. But you know, if you don't know how to use level 2 just yet, if price gets close to your target, you can join the ask so you can catch the top of the ask for a small spike. And then Jake, if you're on your phone trading, tell you what, man, if it's getting close to your target, especially first thing in the morning, put you a 1 cent trail stop on there. And that's how you catch a spike on your phone. And that's how I discovered these spikes first from my phone. So, you know, I'd see my PL, and then it would kick out on a tight trail stop, and it'd be up another 20, 30 bucks. And from that to joining the ask on Active Trader, catching great big ones. I used to catch them $100, $200 just by doing that on the bigger spreaders. And now I'm actively targeting larger ask prices as they come in, as price starts to push up. So it's all, it just evolves, the trading all evolves. So you'll figure it out. And when I first figured it out, when I first had my aha moment was strictly looking at individual candles as a 2-1 scan. And you know, before you can look at compounds and stuff like that, because it takes practice to see the bigger picture. It takes practice to compound bars. It took me a while. So if you're going to start compound these things, you have to look at, well, just say 2 15-minute candles make a 30, right? 2 30s make a 60. And 4 60s makes a 4 hour, and then 2 of those make the daily, and so on and so forth. So you got to be able to join these together to see what it makes on a higher time frame. So it went from that to seeing everything in between the pivot high and the pivot low as a compound one, really, because everything between a pivot high and a pivot low is nothing more than a chop or a range, a consolidation, a rest. All right. And also I realized the market is accumulation, distribution, and rest. So it's always after a big move, it needs to rest, and that goes for any time frame. And once you understand that, once you can see these bigger moves and the consolidation, and you're on. But it all started with that 2-1, because the 1 in itself is nothing more than a rest or a range. All this. And as we expand that range, then we can start catching the bigger moves. Right? So instead of catching, you know, $2 moves, we can catch a $20 moves. And as you progress, you can start playing stuff that's in conflict with each other. That's when you catch a really big move, so they come back from the range. This is trying to go down again. Right now it's chopping around the base. Auto disc broke the 15. It's still testing the 15. Hasn't failed yet. And on the pivot highs, you know, they break, they retest, if it breaks back through it and retest. Now there's a good chance it goes back through range. That's what I'm saying. So it broke out, it was a false break, it expanded the range, now it comes down and it retests the pivot high. On the downside, there's a pretty damn good chance it comes and tests the pivot low. I do still going here. Yeah, so that's all we're doing all day. We're checking the breaks, we're taking retests, we're taking 2-2s back through range. Also, too, Woo, keep your belt. I always suggest, you got your computer, whatever, have an extra monitor, whether it's no TV or whatever, and have you at least 5 tickers up there. The 15, 30, and the 60-minute, right? Keep an eye on those, watch those tickers there. And because when I first found the 2-1, man, I'd scan stuff all day and I made pretty good money doing that. But as I progressed and evolved, now I'm just looking at tickers, certain tickers. I don't have to scan the whole entire market. Everything I need is right in front of me. And it saves me time. I don't need a scan to tell me that Roku's breaking a high of the day right now. I can see it. I don't need a scan to tell me that Baidu's breaking a high of the day. I don't need a scan to tell me that Tesla's 212 on the 15 or Autodesk is retesting the pivot. I can see it instantly. And that saves time, Now the scans, I'll usually scan, I'll set alerts, 10 or 20 cents before the break, so I can still get in and have plenty of time to check it out. But when it's right in front of you, it just saves you from running around, really. Saves you time. Yeah, so FTC red, FTC green, beautiful monthly, weekly. Try to take your trades on the 15, keep your eye on the 15-minute. You can dial down to the 5-minute to take entry. Your stop's gonna be set on the 5-minute. Look for reversals on the 15. Go against you. Murner's gonna be long again. That Momo Henry upside. Tesla's trying to go short right now. But yeah, I think that's.
Hey Jerry, when was a good entry for BA?
BA, stay.
Oh,
It's
it's not
gonna be short
ready
one
yet.
across the wall. Take a look at BA for you. BA is long right now. Your target's 224 though. Your safer, now it will get to that. Your safer entry though is when it breaks to 24.20. Yeah. You can't
So
take
it's
it.
still in range, right?
Yeah, it's still in the range. Yeah, yeah. It's above support and point of control. So the support that it broke through was 220, 270. And so it needed a pretty good amount of volume to push through there. So it is long right this second, but your target's only 75 cents away, 85 cents away. Yeah. The shop puts you go short here puts you go short for scout. Will it get up there? More than likely it will get to that 224. But I'm telling you, your safer entry is to give up that dollar and wait till it breaks the high of the day. So,
Jerry, would you consider Myrna on the 60-minute, if you look at it, if it clears 320, that sort of acts like a flat top?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, was it 318, 319, something like that?
Yeah, well, on the 60, it's got to sort of clear that, I think, right there. Then we get through that. Those
Oh, yeah.
pivots.
If it breaks through
Right,
there,
got a
it's gonna
couple
take
wicks.
Yeah, if it breaks that, it'll break target be 342.
Yeah,
Texas fishing
yeah.
goes short, Baidu's still long here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. SQ breaking high of the day. SQ's long, Roku's long, crowd fishing go long. Baba's trying to break pivot high on the 15. If it does, there's a flat top breakout. So to the new traders, this is what you're gonna be looking for. Roku just broke out. So if you look at, you really want to target the breakouts on the 15 at the very least. It's going to catch your bigger moves. Again, it's after 11 o'clock. So what are we looking for? Anybody, everybody, not all at once.
High volume.
That's right. High volume. We want to see volume start to roll over on the. That's a short here. You want to see volume start to roll over. Roll up on the down here. Also, as you're looking at volume, you want to keep eye on the time. And the reason being is, say you see 2 small up candles, and then you look and the current candle's way down here. Well, you look at the time and see when the flip was, because it could be 12:31 and the candle just formed. So you might not take it if you see this candle, the current candle or volume candle way down. In reality, it just flipped. So you gotta keep an eye on that too. Yeah, so you want to see volume increase and you got to give it more room above the break. And that's all you need. Let's go through that real quick. SI's trying to tutu back up. Otis is puking.
VIX is trying to break the low of the day.
What's that?
VIX is trying to break the low of the day.
That'd be nice if it did.
MS, Jerry.
MS. Right here on Roku. So look, I mean, you can see the breakouts either side. And hurry up. Right here was pretty good amount of resistance. You want to take it across the high. So you see it ranging here in the top 25%. As soon as it takes the high out, it's long. There's so many different ways you can take these trades. It's unbelievable. But you know, your best bet is breaking the pivots. It's easier to line up. Sava's breaking right now. Sava's going to be long. Let's hang on. Sava's volume's increasing. It needs to break above 115.70. Sava's moved 21 bucks. Now this is just a 212 right here on the 5. So if you look at it, it's doing this. Sava's long here. This is a compound bar. It's a 1. It's a 2. A 2 1 2 break to the upside. Sava's long. So right here you see range. This is just a range right here below that pivot. Right there. And that actually, it broke there because it ranged here as well.
Sava's running right into the weekly pivot though, Jerry. Smack right into it.
Yeah, but I think it's going to break through there, to be honest with you. If you look at the month and the week, this thing's on a ripper. It could fail. Everything can always fail. I've noticed here lately too that a lot of times when they come up with a lot of volume on these breaks, they break right through them. It's a pattern I've noticed the last 4 months. Is on the breaks that are usually successful, you'll see a big push through them. Like it takes a big run and it just takes a big run at it and breaks right through it. I don't know why.
Can you look Amazon the 15?
Yeah, Amazon's fixing to short. It's a clean break. It's safer to take Amazon. It breaks low today. You could scalp it. But if you want, I would wait to cross 35.50.
Let me ask you a question here on the 15. On 35.54, around there, the first time we got there, we pushed hard on the 2 green candles right there.
On the 5 minute?
No, on the 15.
Okay, let me pull it up for you so I can all see it.
On those 2 green candles right there, we pushed hard. Then we came back there again, and the push wasn't that hard. Is that a sense that we're breaking down?
So you talking about this green can? Okay, 35.54.
Yeah, we got there, and then we pushed hard like 30 bucks off, and then
went straight up. All right. Yeah,
the other time we got there. Yeah, the other time we got there with the on the green candle, we pushed like 10 bucks. Is that a sense that we're breaking down there?
Yeah, because now it's making a lower high now and lower lows. But the thing is, if you look between 51 and 92, even though it's wide, it's a compound inside bar. It's in a range. So what could happen is it could break the low by $1. So if you come down to 35.50, right, and then expand and go back through range. So if you can see my screen, I'll kind of show you. Because we know on these pivots, prices can expand on them. Same thing for the top.
If it breaks that range, could it go like $25 the range down?
Yeah, so if it breaks that low right there, the pivot, then the target's this big green candle, the base of it. So
Okay.
if it breaks through, it needs to break by at least $1, just to make sure it's not expanding. But yeah, we could expect to see at least 35, 30.
Okay.
But
thank
again, you gotta be mindful, just because it breaks this pivot, that means it's gonna go lower. They could take it out. Here's what could happen. You always want to know the what ifs, really. It could come down, taking out this stop, and then come back through range. Because right now, this whole thing right here is a chop. This whole damn thing is a compound inside bar. So it looks like this. All this is inside. It's all chop, every damn bit of it. So they could take the stop out here and then shoot it straight back up. So that's why you want a clean break, a really clean break of that base. And if it breaks, there's a target right there. The body and then the weight.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry, before you race it, show them about where you and Jerry, go back to where you're at.
Okay.
Show them that small broadening formation. You had a little wider, but you anticipate if it did come back and went back up.
Okay.
You know, that nice little line you have right at that pivot?
Right here?
What you would anticipate if it did break through.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
like that.
that's what you got to do each time on those pivots, because that's, if it can get through that, then it's going to go through. If it doesn't, it's going to hit it in a reverse and go back up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's important that you give it some room when it breaks. So just because it breaks that line there, don't mean it's short just yet. Because it could do this. It could come down, take out this stop here, come up, take out this stop here, come back down, take out this stop, and then come back up. It can go right back up and down. So the size to break out one side or the other.
Yeah, it just broadens the formation.
Just, yeah, exactly, 100%.
I mean, Jerry's a master at that, at drawing those small broadening formations. So those are the tricks that they get you.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you back in the day, I'd set my stops horizontally and it would come and take my stop out and then go back in the direction I want it to go. Just they're stop hunting. And that's a real thing. It really happens. But the one reason I wouldn't think it's, it can do whatever the hell it wants to do, and that's why we play what we say. But again, Amazon's been pretty strong. We got a 2 up, 2 down. But I mean, it could very easily come back through and see 37.73. It made a new high on the 4 hour and a new low. It is chopping sideways right now. That's that chop we see on the 60, the 15, and all that stuff. That's that sideways movement. Right now, it can go either way. When it's in that chop, it can go up or down. You can really do anything it wants to do. So I'll pull up the daily here. I'll show you what I mean. There's a few different things going on here. So it breaks out, come back and retest. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, price expands, and that's why you see it pushing through. So it don't really mean it's reversed just yet. It could. So it can do a couple different things, and it's like playing chess. You got to know 5 or 6 steps ahead. Breaks out, retest it. Now we got a pullback. So this could be a pullback to the upside here or the downside. So you got 2 up bars. It could come back through range here. Or it could, in a downtrend, last week, there's a pullback. It could be a start of another of it making new highs. That's fine. So that red candle could be just a pullback, the server pullback to the upside. If it does, we'll run these stops out pretty quickly. But you gotta be mindful of the higher time frames because we're in the middle of a crossroads here. And if it takes that low out, if it takes this low, it's definitely gonna take this low, and then it'll start coming back down. There's another support zone right here. All right, so that would be the next target, and then it should quickly take out these stops here as it comes down to pivot low. So our ultimate targets is always going to be, pivot highs, pivot lows. That's what we're always aiming for those.
Man, have you seen CMG, that big candle on the daily? Wow.
CMG. So Amazon can go either way.
Novavax just spiked.
Novavax, nice. Yeah, never to looking at these charts. Always look at, especially if you're new, always look at the higher time frames too, because you want to know the overall trend of this thing, and you want to know where price is in relation to the trend. So right now, Novavax is kind of chopping, it's wedging on the month. 2 up, 2 down, 2 up on the week, which really it's still in the range. We can still trade it because there's plenty of money to be made in this thing. Shooter yesterday, but it's in an uptrend. All right, we'll see it right here on 4 hours. It's in an uptrend. It breaks down, pulls back, so it could take another run at it. If it does, the first target's going to be the pivot high on the 4 hour. Or you can dial it down in the old time frame pivots. But it could just be. Show you. Again,
Nicole, I put the picture there for you.
Okay. Oh, that's nice, John. That's really nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What size are those? 32s?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm trying to help Jared get the same setup, but he's dragging his feet. I gave him all the information needed to get the same setup.
I wish I could have 6. My laptop won't support it. I've tried.
I have the what do you call it? I have the server to do it. So
let's try and go short. Ooh, Amazon fishing go short here.
Jerry, did you just mute everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering. My Zoom froze and I didn't know if it's being weird.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were trying to have a private conversation or what.
no, sorry, Jared. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
No, it's okay. I didn't know.
I was just telling Nicole that I put the picture into. She asked me for the setup, and I was making fun of you.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted you to hear that. That wasn't private.
You can give me your setup like yours.
I gave you all the information. I hooked you up, man.
Yeah, I know. That's a nice setup. It's a damn Cadillac. I'm afraid if I get more than 3 screens, I'm going to be missing more than I'm seeing. Then probably. I think there's a point where if I have to, just personally, if I have too many things to look at, I'm gonna miss out. I'm gonna miss something.
Yeah, what they call that, Jerry, in economics term is diminishing returns.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it's bad, but for me personally, I would have diminished returns, I guarantee it. Because at one time I had a bunch more kickers and I was missing moves because I was focused on too many things at once. Tesla's breaking down again here. Amazon is testing that pivot low there, but not breaking yet. But John has one hell of a setup. I'm telling you what, I'm envious. I love it. I'm just a cheap bastard. I've got
Well,
used monitors.
Part of I told you, part of the reason why I do it is just because I get headaches, right? So the bigger monitors just make it easier to see stuff. And then a lot of it I use just, I mean, I don't look at them all day, right? Part of it is just like I put one thing here and here, and it's not like I stare at all this stuff all day. You know what I mean? The extra real estate just allows you to put more things up so that when you need it, you can grab it, not move stuff.
How many monitors you have?
There's a picture of it.
Breaks the pivot on the 5 minutes. Gonna be short again.
Where is it? Your
There's a picture in the general chat. I put it up there.
Okay, thanks.
And Amazon's fixing to break right here too. Tesla can be kind of pricey, but the thing with Tesla and stuff, you can buy calls or puts out of the money. Just try to stick at least 30 cents. You can get a little bit out of the money if you want to. You don't want to get too far out of the money. Amazon. All right, now remember, just because it breaks the pivot here, don't mean it's short just yet. So let's see how this thing plays out. It's pretty strong on the higher time frames. It has been coming down, but still, we've got to keep it in mind. Netflix is right there near the base. Netflix might go short today. It's in lower 25% of price.
Sean, what size are those two monitors to the right you have? Those look big.
They're all 32s.
Really? They look
Yeah.
different on the ones on the right side.
It's all the same. They're all the same 32s.
Nice station.
They're a really nice station.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've got 332s. I had some bigger screens, but you know, the way I run my tickers, I like for them to be close to the same size. And I don't know if it's just psychological, but that way I can kind of see, I can compare the candle size from one chart to the next. And, you know, I wasn't able to break them down evenly on a bigger screen. So the 32 just worked out nicely where I could put 3 tickers across. Because I think for me, it's important that each chart is exactly the same compared to the next. That way I can judge candle sizes. You know, sometimes candles, if you got different size charts, it can throw you off, you know, because one candle might look really big, but can only be a 50-cent move. So it's important that for me anyway, that they're the same. They're pretty close to the same size. All right, Tesla broke, or Amazon broke through there, trying to wick back up here. Now, again, so if we're going to take this thing back through range now, if it broke out, taking a stop, and now it wants to come back up, it's got to hit certain things. This is one candle, between 51 and 92. We want to be 25% off the base of this thing. All right. We're going to pick the closest support and resistance level here. All right. Now it looks like there's one here. There's also a really nice one here, right here in this range. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches there. And then here, that could extend over to here as well. So either one's a pretty strong resistance level. Probably safer if it breaks that. VWAP's lined up with it too. So that'd be double confirmation. You're going to give up some of this move here. but with it, you're gonna have confidence in the move. Right now, it can go either way. If it breaks above here, we're looking to take it long. If it comes back down and breaks below this low now, below the day, to be short. Elsa, you're very welcome. You're welcome. And Will or Elsa, if y'all ever have any questions, or anybody has any questions about trade or anything like that, ask. There's no sense in trying to guess something. Tell you what, when I first started trading, I asked so many questions. I'm probably make people mad. Excuse breaking here. And then I asked, why try to figure something else out on your own? If somebody has an answer, like this, let's just get straight to the point here. And I had to ask them, and they tell me the answer, and I wouldn't have to go run around looking for it. It's like, if you're taking a test, and the teacher's right there beside you, and there's a big book, and it's 1,000 pages. Why in the hell would you look through the book when the teacher's right there giving you the answers? So ask them. I might not know everything, but I guarantee there's someone in the room that does. Great job, Josh. Hang in there. Nobody's trying to break the high. Again, if Amazon breaks the low of the day, it'll be short. Well, what I do on the stops is I find the closest support resistance level, and I'll mark alert at the actual stock price. And if it breaks it, so you find the closest support resistance level. All right, so we'll use Amazon here as an example. So say we're in this thing short. All right, you want to find the closest support resistance level of this thing. The closest one's going to be here. All right there. And because price would expand and contract even on these minor support resistance levels, you got to add 10 cents to it or subtract. The next strongest one is right here, right? And the reason I do that is because if price breaks back through that level, there's a probability to cut it. And I set my stops there. And a lot of times when I first enter a trade, I use a mental stop on it, but you gotta cut it instantly. So after I get in the money on a ticker, then I'll use a hard stop just in case I'm not paying attention. It starts to go against me. I always lock in some profits. But the problem with this, can't really. I'm sure there's a way that you can find the option price to stop for. Because I'd hate to set a percentage or a price, 50 cents away or a percentage, and then it hits the stop and then keeps going the direction. But if you set it at the closest, this is what works for me. I set at the closest support resistance level, and then I add or subtract 10 cents from that. So if it's 35, so if it's 35.20, I'm going to take 35.10 or 30, depending on which way that I'm moving. And everybody's different because their style. Everybody's got different count size and different risks and all that good stuff. Tesla breaks the low today, it's short. Autodesk is trying to roll back over. Amazon's going to be short and across the low. Wayfair's dying here as it breaks the low of the day. So again, you can literally take, trades when they cross the high of the day, or low of the day. A bit more than that, but pretty much all we're doing is when we take these breaks, we're taking the breaker range. All we're doing. Now, just like on Amazon here, if it breaks that low of the day, you still got to give it some room past that, because it can ever expand. Tesla. See, Tesla's bound to turn on that pivot there. So if it fills that pivot there, it can go back down to 621. See Tesla here, it's back in that range too. And there's a double bottom on the 4 hour there. We got our first pullback as it bounces. Another pullback today, which is the cruiser type on the 4 hour. Market's chopping right now, say that. Yeah, boy, that's great. Yep, 15, 30, 60. And absolutely chopper trade with the full time frame continuity. Yeah. Ryan, I'm taking a look at it. Yeah, Ryan came across my scan a few times today. Yeah, Ryan's not looking pretty good today. Yeah, you can come up to 656. So when that usually runs, look at tan. Look at the best sets on the daily. They're all looking the same. Target's around 90. Push solar. Not chopping inside right now. Expansion. Breaks up for pullback to the upside. It could be a pullback to the downside. If it's price is going to reverse, we're always going to see it on the lower time frames first. This wants to come up first, so it's going to be 86.58. Breaks through there, we can see 95. Right now it's stuck right inside in the top 25% range. Be a good swing setting up. And then JKS. Wayfair's still short here. And Bob's got a big shooter down here, trying to go back to the range. Jackass, that's the same if you want to. I'm starting to slow down. Target on Jackass 63. So still push, it's still slowing down, it's wedging right now. From that break, it moved pretty good. I got $60. No extra breaking in. DQ push. DQ needs to break above 79.
Is NVIDIA about to be short here?
Boy, it's coming down. I can't really see it get on my screens yet for some reason, but yeah, as soon as it breaks that 3, I can see the 3 on there. It'll be short. I can't really see the whole picture on it. I don't know why it's still acting weird. Amazon breaks.
There's a big white, well, I've got it on my other chart here, but it looks like on the 15 or the other chart that I'm using, 188.76 on the big pit, the white candle on the 15 or green.
I can see the 3 too. I can see it goes up and then starts to come back down. I see a pullback. I see 2 pullbacks to the downside here, so it's in a downtrend. Amazon's gonna be short as soon as it has a solid red candle on the 5-minute. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to go short. Just be careful. I can't see the whole thing. Is it bounced on the pivot on the 30 or 60? Looks like it's sitting on top, but I can't see how size wise. DQ breaks 79 be long. Go up Amazon real quick. Amazon short here. Coming down this big old huge green candle. Target's gonna be 350, 35.30. It don't mean we're gonna get there. It just means it's a target. On this thing, you don't even have to take it off. Anytime you see big candles like that, price can smoothly push down through the range. Auto disc is rolling over too. I can tell you this, the market's choppy. Don't be greedy with this damn thing. Don't be greedy with it. $5. BA made a lower high. It'll be rolling over there. This went short. I scalped it. I'm adjust I'm customizing my option chain layout. Everything starts chopping here. Okay. Test it. Oh, good.
Jerry, you think there's enough momentum, not momentum, volume in Myrna on the pivot? Oh no, that's a 5-minute pivot. Never mind. Take it back.
It's breaking here. I keep Novax and Myrna up together. Novax has been leading the way today. Volume's increasing here, but we had a clear break of it. And volume's a good indicator, but it's moving up. It clearly broke it.
Yeah, I took an entry, but I didn't realize. I thought I was on the 15 still. I was on the 5, but we'll see what happens now.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of support. It's above VWAP now, but support is at 321.80. See if we can push above that if it can. Next target's going to be 337. So, and Novak's ain't having problems, so I think she's going to keep going here. other stuff one short here. CRWD's got a Momo shooter. It breaks the low to be short. Auto guess for yeah, it takes a moves down, chop sideways, breaks, chop sideways, breaks, chop sideways, breaks. Small account can be a little bit harder to trade because you're limited to the amount of trades that you can take. Smaller account, it's best to take profits pretty quickly. You want to focus on growing the account. You're not always going to catch the big moves if you let it draw down, kind of catch a big move, you might end up losing more money than you ever make. Be careful. So it's easier. Well, it's easier with a big account because there's less time in the trade. All right? Take the bigger price tickers and literally get in and out in one candle. And then it's easier with a big account too because you can cut it at any kind of weeks and then hop right back in.
Jerry, I got the weirdest gamma spike on about a QQQ put for 210. Next thing you know, the whole thing started going crazy. It shot up to like 248. And I just hit join to ask and I got out. It's the craziest crap you ever seen.
Good job, Corey.
Well, I mean, I'd never seen that before on a put on the Qs. It was insane.
Yeah, great job, man.
Well, I mean, I was just screwing around.
That's good. Yeah. Until you catch a great big gamma spike on one of these big ones.
I know, but I mean, that's the first time I've seen something. All the bid and asks were just going stupid.
That's good. It's a good problem sometimes.
You're figuring it out.
Pardon?
I said you were figuring it out.
No, I wouldn't. There's nothing I did anything different. It was weird how I was just sitting there. I bought it because it looked like the market was rolling back off of VWAP, and then all of a sudden everything started going crazy. I never have it. I mean, especially on the Qs.
Yeah, that's weird. Your smaller price tickers are going to have the cheapest options. Well, yeah. So target the cheaper options with tight spreads. There's probably the list. So like Apple, AMD, Twitter, Snap, AMC, some of the smaller ones.
Hey, Jerry, the man named Joe in the room, he gave us the new sort of like Ripster stuff that draws the lines on the pivots all the way across. I loaded it. It really works nice.
Nice. Are they lined up with their pivots?
Yeah, exactly. Now it takes all those ones, it sort of breaks, it draws the horizontal line all the way across.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty sweet, huh, Corey?
Yeah, nice job. Thank you for sharing.
I was lucky. I just ran into it online.
Yeah, I love that thing all the way to the left. Left and right.
YouThinkScript.com. You get a lot of good stuff there.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry, you forgot to load that into the scan channel, right? Last night?
Which one?
That one that I put up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot to do that.
Tim said he couldn't figure out how to do it, so I guess you'll have to do it.
Is it in the general chat?
Yeah, it's in the general chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just grab it.
What I did, Jerry, is I took the one that you gave me of that Ripster one, and I renamed it. Then I, as a backup, then I copied this one into that one, so I didn't have to change all my, charts.
Yeah.
And just cut the guts in it. It's the exact same.
Yeah, that
Okay.
works really good.
Yeah, then you don't have to go to all your charts and change anything.
Otherwise, yeah, exactly. You'll have to change all your charts.
Yeah.
So where is this new one that it's being shared that I can get it?
It's in the general chat right now
On Discord or here in this chat?
on Discord.
Oh, on
I
Discord.
loaded it up last night, so
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's really good, John. So you know how it has those breaks in between, you don't quite see them.
Yeah, no, that's good. I like that study, so that's good.
So,
and the good thing is, if you don't like the extensions, you could just turn them off too. So
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree.
so Woo, your problem is you're setting your stops too tight. So whenever you enter a trade, you want to set it on the closest support resistance level. So on Tesla, when you hopped in, I'm guessing right in here somewhere. Your stop should have been right here. There's the closest support resistance level right there. Minus 10 cents. Because price can expand on these levels.
What do you think of NVAX? It's too choppy. I got in when it broke 213-ish, but I'm not sure what to do here. I think I should get out.
Novax, the stop on it is at 211.30. There's your stop. It depends really what your risk is. But,
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. There's your stop right there. That's your highest probability stop.
Novavax and Modernities.
What's that? I'm sorry. Something's lagging. It might be on my side.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah.
You already did it before, but now it's real life. Go back to your Amazon trade on that 15-minute pivot and did exactly what you forecasted before on that broadening formation. How it broadened, or whatever time frame.
Yeah, expanded right there.
Yep.
Tesla's trying to come back up too. What's VIX doing? Yeah, so VIX broke below the day. So stuff should start coming back up. Expanded. Now, to take this thing long, it needs to break above your safe range is when it breaks above 35.64. You can take it when it breaks 35.60 though. For scalp. Keep an eye on Tesla here too. Tesla's starting to pick back up. 2 down, 2 up. It made a include your bottom here. So we treat this as one candle. We want to wait till it breaks the strongest resistance level. Where's the resistance at? Let's see. 655. But again, you want to wait. You want to let it cross the top of this wicks here. start looking at reversals around 655, 656. Because right now it could just be a pullback to the downside. We don't know yet. It's just breaking. I'm trying to go back up to the top. Starbucks really wants to break the high of the day. Netflix breaks that pivot on the 15 to be short. So this could just be a pullback to the downside here. Chop sideways, breaks down, pull back. Yeah, pull back. Myrna's could keep going here. I mean, Novak's is still pushing, so that's an indication. Myrna should go with it. So if it breaks that stop, I tell you, cut it right there. But if it don't, stick there. Stick with it. Stick with it. Yeah, Texas spreads are usually pretty small. Mother Warren, I think that study is in the Discord in general chat. Oh yeah, you got it, Joe. Thank you. We're getting a lot of chop here. I'm probably gonna cut it early. It's just still broke here. You know, sometimes the market chops. It's best just to cut it early, guys. Because if not, you'll end up giving money back. Got no one to hold them. Got no one to fold them. Now after 2 o'clock, it can start to pick back up, and we can see a lot of stuff reversing back to the upside, or we can see it continue to puke. Right now, everything I'm looking at is chopping sideways. Almost everything. Even though stuff's breaking highs and lows, it's still within that really tight range. Baidu's still looking good though. Baidu's breaking again. HB starting to roll over too. HB broke the high today. Hey, Will, what were you trading? What was your signals? Were you trading like 2-2 reversals or breakouts? Or the main thing, whatever signal you've taken, stick to it and just focus on that one. Always learn one strategy at a time and master it. Or we start moving to a most different ones. Everyone trying to 2-2 back up 15. And really too, another thing, if you didn't like a flat top, which is flat tops are the easiest thing to trade in my book and the most successful. Two twos on the 30-60. So 2 down, 2 up, or 2 up, 2 down is very successful plays. SQ's making a real SQ could see for once 278. Let's pull up let's look at Carvana real quick. Carvana's kind of volatile, but just to show you an example. The 15. All right, Tess is ready to show or take it back up. Tess is long here. For Scout. It's kind of iffy, so I just want you to know that it's I'm taking it early, so I can tell you. So I can get stopped out. So that's what I'm gonna do. So right here on Carvana, it's your 2 down, 2 up. On these 2 twos, color does not matter, nothing. Color doesn't matter whatsoever. There's a 2 down, 2 up. It's a kind of a hammer, semi-hammer, wick. That's an important thing. Wick back up. Actually bounced off the walk there. So the 2-2, you enter when it breaks out of 2 on the 30 and the 60-minute chart, and your target's always going to be prayer candle. I target the body than the wick, and as it gets close to that, you want to start joining the ass as the price gets up to that. The good thing about 30 and 60 is, from here to here, it could be, pretty good range, like $4 or $5 in there. And that usually goes through more than it doesn't. Again, the market's kind of ranging right now, so you're not going to get those big moves you normally do. So you got to take profits a little bit quicker. You got to be happy taking profits before it gets to it. Normally in a trending market, you can hold this damn thing all day long. We don't have that. Normally when price is pushing, you get a pullback. It's a pretty deep pullback there, but about 50% this move here. And roughly 25 to 31% of this move here. You can sit to that pullback, target the high, that break, maybe a retest, maybe not, depending on how strong this trend is. But the market we got now, you can't do that. So target would be here. You would take profits when it got to about here. Because if you look across right there, resistance. So you target here to here, and maybe even take profits around this area. And can't have it breaking that. So, if you do hold it and it breaks this zone here, right there, then there's a pretty damn good chance it's going to hit here. Amazon trying to come back to the range here. 2-2s are very powerful. SQ still pushing here. Starbucks is fixing to break the high today, which is a flat top breakout, just a top. So let's pull up Starbucks real quick. You can see them. It's just like a curve. If you look at it, looks like this. It curls. It curls, and really what it's doing is it just pushes a 2. It goes inside, it breaks out, makes another 2, and then it goes inside. It can push up again, and then go inside here. So the first 30 minutes of the day is always the best to trade. After that, you'll start ranging. The pop, and the chop, and the pop, and the chop. It looks like this. When it wants to come down, it looks like this. So, I call it stairs up, and Amazon's long. VIX is coming down nicely. SPY's gonna be long across the high, just like QQQ. SE's gonna be long here. Stairs up, elevator down. Carvana's long, if you want to take it. but you can see it just curls. And look, every time it breaks the high, it's long. It breaks the high, it's long. With a stop being here. And also say, okay, here's a classic example. You got this big green candle and your closest support would be, you know, the pivot or the body. When you have a candle that large, your stop is going to be half the candle. All right, be half the candle. But you don't want to get back all that move. All right. And the thing is, too, you can always hop back in. So target, you can go online, I'm sure, and there's a whole list of tickers that are cheap with that's optionable, and the option spreads are tight. A whole list of them. So Amazon broke through that resistance level there, and target's going to be 63. Autodesk coming back up pretty fast too. A 2-2 right here. 220.15, 2 down, 2 up. As it bounces off VWAP, it's breaking through the pivot. It should very quickly come up to 300. And I tell you what, if it breaks that psych level at $300, it can really go. All right. So the target's always going to be the high. Starbucks is breaking here. Those 2 down, 2 up. HD's rolling over. HD is going to be short. Target's going to be, your first target's going to be 324.80. And then 324.50. Take it long. Expand on the 60, trying to come back to the range here. And on the 4 hour, look at this. Hopefully it comes down and retest this 324 level.
Jerry, for your Tesla there, do you have your stop at 653.27 if you had gotten in? Is that?
Yeah, stop is at 653. So 652.90. Stop on it. That's your strongest support level. If it breaks back through there, is a problem.
Yeah, just the top of all those candles there, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Minus 10 cents.
And then you would add to it when it gets above 655.50 or 655.60 ish.
Yeah, you could add to it when it crosses, 655. But it's safer when it crosses there. You can add at that point there, but then your next level resistance at 655.70. So it might be safer to let it cross that resistance level to add, with your ultimate target being 657.
Cool.
Yeah, So we're always looking to the left to make sure we can see stronger support and resistance. Because if they act as support on the way down, it can act as resistance on the way up. You want to be able to break that stuff. Oh, trading a 2-2 continuation. Yeah, I give you a list of them. There's so many. GE and Ford's pretty good ones. A lot of volume, so you get that very rapidly. And it's been pretty strong here lately. Of course, SPY. QQQ is pretty good. This is a good one. It's expensive, but the spread's so tight, and there's so much volume getting out pretty fast. Okay. MU's good. Yes, yeah. Moving. FedEx, UPS, HD, LW. You know, they're around the $200 price range. You probably want to target the ones that's around 20 to 50. Overstock just popped up. So there's a few. You're saying 2-2 continuations? No. I think a 2-2 reversals might be. Oh no. I like a 2-2 reversal back to ground. You gotta be careful in this market. You just gotta be careful. You know, if you have a smaller account too, I would take profits more often. I would want to try to grow my capital. You're not gonna catch a very long move, not in the market. Not in this market anymore. Yeah. Yeah, well, you need to open that stop up. Put that stop right on the closest support resistance. And the more, if you can line it up and the more touches you have, so if you have 3 or more touches, it's even stronger. You know, so say you put on the closest support or resistance, and then, you know, 20 cents below that or 10 cents below that, you got a really strong resistance level there and there's 5 touches. Well, that's the stop you want, minus 10 cents. And put an alert there and watch it. You know, if you're new to trading, you really just want to stick with one trade at a time and watch it. And if it crosses it, then go in there and you sell bid. Just get out. Because I tell you, on some of these bigger stocks, they're so volatile. You know, you set your stop tight, and you know, if it moves 10 cents real quick or 25 cents, dude, it could just, the bottom could fall out, and that spike could cause you to be kicked out. Just for the price to go right back up in the same candle. Yeah, be real careful. Shopify breaks down here to be short. Shop is, if you look at Shop, it's making higher lows and or lower highs and higher lows. If you look at the 60, it's just a sideways chop. So that's why it's important later in the day that you're looking at the 30 and 60. But if you look at the 15, man, it shows all kinds of movement. But when you look at the 30-60 minute chart, it's just completely sideways. So it's important to have a 30-60 minute chart up. You're very welcome. Well, in fact, come up with some more if I can remember some more. I'll send them to you as well. And what I need to do is I need to start throwing some cheaper kickers up on my screens. And that way I can help people with smaller accounts. And for some reason, my other screen went off the other day, and some of the cheaper ones I had up there have disappeared. So I'm gonna start making one.
Jerry, you said for Myrna, now that it kind of continued on, where's the next resistance again?
I'll pull it up for you. Myrna. For your target or Scott?
You know, I've
Oh,
just
yeah.
I've just been riding. It looks like we're pretty clear
Yeah.
until 342.
So, yeah, if you look on the 30, anytime you see big, huge red or green candles, that shit's money, man. Because to me, it's nothing more than a gap, and there's nothing to stop it from coming straight up through there.
Yeah, I just keep riding it out, I guess.
Yeah, the reason it works so well is because on the lower time frames, it's just a bunch of red, smaller red candles. So the target's going to be the body, 337.03, and then you have to target each other body. And then the wick. Ultimately, the target's going to be that pivot high, 342.51, as it comes back through. But there's no reason why this thing can't come straight up to the top of this big red candle on the 30-minute chart, 37.87.
Right. Cool. Thanks, man.
You're welcome. And also, your stop on this thing. I like to set my stop on 15 because I can see exactly how many candles are there. Your stop's going to be at 322.70. If it breaks back through there, it's a problem. So a lot of people say, "Oh, it's a percentage or it's a number." No, it's right on top of the closest support resistance area, minus 10 cents. So if it breaks through there, is a problem. Overstock popped up. Let me pull it back up. It broke down below the 4 hour, trying to break the pivot high, come back through range, but breaks it. Breaks back above 86. Looking at taking this thing long. Starting strong, man. HD's fixing to be short here if you're not already in it. This is fixing to go long if you're not in it. So it crosses the high, the prior candle there. Everything's just kind of slowly chopping right now.
Yeah, that lemonade we were talking about earlier actually worked out pretty well too. It punched through that first on the 4 hour resistance. It punched through 92.52 pretty good.
Oh yeah, it made a nice move, didn't it? Yeah. Oh hell, it could be setting up for a swing too. Now at 2.2, they expanded the range on the 4 hour. So it expanded. Now it's right above pivot low. So the target was the pivot low. It broke through. Now it's retesting. So it takes a high of the day to be long. It'd be a really nice swing.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of room on the 4 hour.
And yeah, and it's got a PMG on the daily. So, you know, the thing about the when the stops are really tight on the daily or the 4 hour even, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I see it take them all out in just one day, 2 days. I don't see it taking all these out, but it could take half of them out in just one day if it wants to. So we come up to 99, 50 really quickly. And the tighter they're stacked in there, the faster it can move. So it could be one huge green candle if it wants to be. I have a lot of times. Novak's is going to be long. Myrna's long, of course. They've been long, but
Jerry, check out Roku on the 60 and even the 4 hour. It's got a flat top. If that thing breaks, that thing's got some room to go.
yeah, Roku looks really good. Roku looks really good. Yes, sir. I keep Roku and Etsy right beside each other. Man, they don't necessarily roam with each other, but to me, they seem to. Even though Roku's been kind of, you know, it did pretty good yesterday, but it's usually very volatile.
But that 4 hour looks nice. I mean, that thing, if it breaks, that could go up to say 432 pretty easy.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. The nice thing about that one, Corey, is if you look on the weekly for like, I don't know if it was last week, but for like 3 weeks in a row on the weekly, it closed at like 430 something, 431, 432. So that'd pretty nice move. for me.
Yeah. I see that. Yep. You're right.
Well, here, say that again.
On the weekly, if you go across, like you draw like those candles are going across, the breaks 431, it should go right there. It's like a pivot there. 432, right around there.
At one point it had like 3 weeks in a row where it closed right around that 431, 432 every Friday for the week.
Oh, gotcha. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if it breaks out, man, it's not, and it could PMG too on the daily.
What's your name?
Ben.
Ben?
What's that? Oh, Ben.
Mine's Corey. Oh, that's good. We got a lot of traders think the same.
It goes Tesla and Amazon. Tesla breaks along here, or the top, it's long on that Momo hammer. Amazon, still an Amazon. Target's still up there just a little bit. Hey, Corey, the spreads on Amazon is really cheap right now. You know why?
Yeah.
Because there's not much volatility, and it's if you look at it, it's at that point where it's teeter-tottering. All right, so as soon as it breaks here, you'll see the spread start to widen. So right now,
Do you always then go in a little bit before?
no, I'll take it as soon as it breaks, but I'm already in it. I just thought it was neat. I'm sitting here watching it.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the 35.75s. They're like 1965 to 2020.
Mhm.
That's the closest I've seen it.
Yeah. Well, just a second ago, it was 50 cents.
All
Right
right.
before it broke there's a 50-cent spread on it. Yeah. Right now they're okay.
Yeah, right now they're about 70 cents, but
Yeah. Because they don't know right now, they don't know if it's gonna go up or down. So the spreads are tight. There's not many people buying, there's not many people selling. But as soon as that thing breaks, you'll see that spread increase. And it won't be the bid, it'll be the ask that widens.
and you're breaking what?
What's that, buddy?
So you're gonna run in a little bit of resistance on that 30-minute, right? That pivot sitting right there at
Yeah. Yeah.
656.
Yeah, that's my target. Yeah, so it's at my target right now.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at so I'm all out of Amazon right now. Yeah. So I don't usually hang in them long, not on the big ones. I don't ever get greedy with them.
It's coming up on,
Resistance.
coming up on
at
VWAP too.
64. Yeah. Yeah. So you see over there where there's a tweezer top around 35, 63, 64 on the left there.
Yeah,
So that's my target right there. Because as soon as it comes up there, it can bounce. Now, if it breaks it and pulls back, I'll take another entry into it.
did you do the 35.75s?
I took the 35.60s.
Now you're getting, the Q's getting close to breaking out the high of the day.
Yeah, yeah, SPY's flat top and QQQ's flat top. So as soon as it breaks it, move on. Now, if I get a pullback on Amazon, it breaks above that tweezer top, it'll be fine.
Well, you don't have much room though. You got VWAP coming up, which is right around 658.
Yeah. Right now, the spread's 65 cents. It's 60 cents right now.
On the
spread.
75s, they're 40 cents.
Yeah. So you see when it's teeter tottering, if I hit it as soon as it breaks, right, or just a little bit above it, there's a disconnect. There's a lag in between the price and the options. So when it breaks, you know, say 20, 30 cents, it takes a few seconds for these contracts to start moving up in price. Really weird. So the timing is so crucial. It's a good feel. And that's, you know, a lot of times when I get in, I'll be green, you know, even if it's 0.5% instantly. And it's about the timing. So as long as it's teeter tottering, it's in that zone, they don't really know. There's not much buying or selling going on. So
That's a, on that 5 minute, I don't think I've ever seen that many inside candles.
yeah. Yeah, so I want to see it break at least above 35.65 for the next entry.
35, right above VWAP, 35. Yeah, 65, that's almost 35.66.
Yeah, yeah, right in that range. Yes, sir. Yeah, and that takes me right above 20 control too. So.
And that one candle you had, that was a pretty big green candle. Sort of, you see those green candles, and then you had a couple sideways, then it popped up again. That's almost a measure move right there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yep. They could be, you know, and that's the thing about the 5 minute is, you know, you can, if you once you start studying these measure moves, I mean, it don't have to be a great big one. I don't talk about that much, but you're right. It definitely can be a measure move. Once you get
Yeah,
good,
it went sideways and then just popped up. That measure move is, let's see, 56. It's about $6, $6 on top of six. That's about 35.66, 67, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's got a lot of inside candles today on that 5 minute?
Yeah, there's a bunch on there. Yeah, it's just chop sideways movement. Yeah. Breaks back above 35.
If you get through the VWAP, your next target's that big red candle around 35.73 something.
Yeah, that big old wick. Yeah. Now I'm gonna go ahead and take it long. As soon as it breaks above, I'm gonna take an early entry. 35.64, 65 here.
I'd be careful with VWAP though.
Yeah. I know it bit me last time. Roku's trying to break. Yeah, that VWAP, boy, that's for real. Yeah. I started getting shocked one day. I got stopped at a shop because of VWAP hit. So the safer bet's when it crosses right above that VWAP there. Or let's see, for it. I'm trying to get gas with it. 35.65. Or maybe a little bit more. Not much though.
You think everything from that VPOC line, that pink line down, sort of inside. If it breaks above that, then it's 2 up.
Yeah, it can kind of like that. Yeah. So when I'm looking at that, I don't look at it much, but when I do, it can act as support resistance. There's a lot of mess. So basically, yeah, that pink line is basically just like a compound bar. It's just a chop. Everything in there is such a chop.
But everything below that today is from that to the bottom. We call that sort of inside bar, and then when it pops through that, you just break it into segments.
Yeah, definitely could. Yeah, 100%. Autodesk is almost a target here.
You know, here's one ticker you like, Jerry's doing really well, is ASML.
Yes, I know. Dang, I'm looking at that. Sure.
Q's broke your high today.
What did?
Q's.
Oh, nice. Fast we can go with it then. Travel. Oh yeah, VIX is coming on down. Should take the market up with it. There goes Amazon. All right, Amazon. I'm gonna go ahead and get Amazon here. So Amazon's long, and target's gonna be 35.72. Amazon is long, and ultimately we want to see the 35.82 level, but you know I'm not probably gonna hang in there till then. So it is long. Spread's still pretty tight on it. Also. Well, it's 15 cents wide right now. 30 cents. Is that crazy? $0.55. As long as you, you know, when it starts moving up, people start running in. People start chasing it. They want in now, and that spread opens. They'll open it up, and you can use it in your favor. Still 40 cents, 45 cents.
I wonder if those Q's, if it hits the high of the day again, broadens out formations and comes right back down.
Could, yeah, it could expand just a hair, huh?
Yeah, Corey, just remember yesterday, the value area high, you're pretty close to it for the Qs, right? Well, at least in the NQ. So just be careful if it wants to pull back into that.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think we're going to pull back. But the only thing that keeps us strong is that VIX is so low.
Yeah, VIX did push. Now it's just kind of sitting there. I may get stopped at Amazon.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to say anything off that thing what happened, but that VWAX is strong there, Jerry, on Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got bit by that thing too many times.
VWAX.
Well, look at shop, how sideways that thing's gone on the 15.
I know. I think spread across.
Yeah. This might do that thing I was telling you yesterday, Jerry, on the daily when it pokes its head up, can't hold it, and it comes back in and goes the other way on the Qs.
Oh yeah. I can't move, huh? So I'll show you where my stop is on this thing. Right.
So if that hits it at that point and you do get stopped out, what do you hit? Sell bid and get out?
Yeah, I just sell bid. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had a problem getting killed selling bid. So I enter on market and sell bid. So my closest support level is right here on top of this candle. Right here, minus 10 cents. And I usually get about 20, 30 cents on it. Not much. And I got one contract, you know, I'm down right now. But if I had a bunch, I'd be really down. And the spread's still pretty tight, so you know, they all don't work. You know, not all of them work all the time. And that's okay. Whatever. But you know, when your stop's on the closest support resistance, that gives you the highest chance of a bounce. And if it breaks through there, you know, there's a problem. It should be kicked out of it anyway. Starbucks is breaking a new high today.
Jerry, on Starbucks, if you look at the 15, if you take that first 15-minute candle, take that as your measure move and add it up to the high, you know, it's almost run its duration, don't you think?
On Starbucks.
Yeah, if you take that first 15-minute candle, it as your measured move, and then double it. So we're about exhausted now, when you say?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So 118 $1.
Roughly about 119.50, somewhere around there.
Yeah. We got about another 30, 40 cents, maybe. But yeah, you're right. It is getting close to exhaustion race. I'm so close to getting stopped out on Amazon, it's not even going. The thing is, you know, when it spikes down like that, if I'd had a hard stop in there, I'd already be stopped out. There's no doubt in my mind I'd already be stopped out. So I like a mental stop on that. It just yank down real quick. It was that spike that was stopping me out. Slow. All right, stops at 35, 60, 80. That's I can't see what you stand for. I can't sit there and look at it. I had a friend I was teaching him how to trade. He wasn't cut out for trading. And he'd be in a trade, he'd be watching a 5 minute, his leg would be over there shaking and stuff. And he just couldn't handle it.
Did you get stopped out? Did you get stopped out?
No, still ain't. Very close though. 35, 60, 88. 35, 60, 88 stop. It's really close to it and stop out. But he would just be in there, he'd keep his eye on that 5-minute chart, and I mean, he would not look at anything else. And I'd be like, hey, I'm gonna get in Tesla here. I'd hop in and I'd be up, and I'd look over and he was still trying to get in. We finally got in, he was down.
I used to be like that. I would think too much about getting in and then be down once I got in.
Yeah, so I just got to hit it, Trust the process.
Tesla just finished one inside bar the last 15 minutes. Now it's breaking to the downside, but we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of support down here at about 653. Yep, it starts to roll over here though. This is not a pullback to the upside. It's a roll over to the downside. It's going to make a new low or lower high. You come back down and touch the bottom. That'd be a nice little short there. Still in Amazon, boys and girls. It's very important when you put that stop. I can still get stopped. What's some good tickers that y'all like to watch that are tight spreads with the cheap options? I know like AMD, GE, Ford. What's some other Apple?
MU has like
MU. Okay.
yeah, but I just don't like trading that one.
Visa too.
Visa. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, Visa.
Okay. I'm trying to put some on my other screen here so I can keep an eye on. For some of the people with such small accounts, I can give you signals on those.
Cat.
Okay. Oh yeah, it reminds me. DE. You keep an eye on DE. So this looks really nice. Still on Amazon here. I'll pull it back up in a second. DE looks really good on the higher time frame. I don't know what it looks like today. Up and shadows straight right down the center. Not a good spot today. It expanded 4 hours trying to come back through range. Boy, that's been a really goodness gracious. Another month, no week. 106 to 400. Would you like to be in something like that for me?
A stock that moves a decent amount one way or the other, it has like decent markets, is DDD, triple D.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, X and AA. DDD. AA.
They're not like a penny wide, but maybe 15 cents. It's not the best, but it moves a bunch, so it's like,
Oh shit, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It can move 263 on average. Hell, with a dollar, it's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty smooth too, dang. Look how smooth that chart is. Oh yeah, that's fine, man. Amazon's bouncing here. So it broke through 4 hours, trying to come back through. It broke through the pivot low. If it can come back down, test the 2692 or just not test and just keep going. That's a PMG back to the top. Oh shit, could be a nice swing, man.
Yeah, the options are pretty good in there.
Wow, incredible. That's a nice looking picture. All right, so 60. So for Woo or anybody else, when this thing breaks 2790 long, let's pull Amazon back up. When you set your stops at these levels and give 10 cents, it gives you the highest chance of success.
You're gonna make it, Jerry. It's going now.
It gives you your highest chance of success. That's why your stops are not, they're not a number and they're not a percent. They're on the closest support resistance level.
Now you gotta be in the money now.
Yep, I'm in the money, not by much, but it's up. 2%. My target's gonna be top of this candle here, 35.72. It should be smooth sailing for me. So when I'm scalping these things, I'm looking for certain areas too. Like if it was in here, there's a bunch of candles in which there were, I would be hesitant to take a scalp through here. Up through here is a lot nicer. It could still stop out. Okay. It did make a new high. Should be right above VWAP right now. Yep, it is. So we gotta be aware of VWAP, but we can't let it bias us either though. But it's something to definitely be aware of. HD would be a nice PMG back up if it wants to. Right now, shopping sideways. So I'll take that time. Pull up shop here. I mean, that thing's straight across. You know, this could be a nice swing right here for you. We give about $30 at open. The finishing that top, you know, the close, the higher up it finishes the day, the stronger it is. So it's just a 2 and a 1 is all it is. Really tight range.
I thought my toss was frozen there for a second. Amazon was like stuck in time for like a minute there.
Yeah, it's not much going on. But it's a big old shooter. 15, big old shooter. I've tightened the stop up on it now. I've got a hard stop on it. I'm not going to let it get back down to where it was. Stop on it now, it's 35.63. Because it just rejected the second time. I'm not going to let it go back through range and start chopping again. I'd rather cut it. Because it's chopping on the 5 minute and it will eventually break out one way or the other, whether it be the bottom or the top. Plus we're breaking across the board too, so that's not a good sign. Man, not Elon is speaking now. You're welcome, Joshua. You're welcome. Yeah, I know something about Doge too. Badu's breaking down here. Let's pull up Mary, tracking sideways, and also you keep eye on Riot too. Just trying to go too down here. Now we're going to sit right at point of control. Just bouncing there. Get motion next. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. We're going to try and roll over. That makes a lower high. All right, guys, I'm going to call it here. Put a limit stop on Amazon. And just let it run out. You can't see how much that crap. The market's chopping. The whole damn thing's just chopping. It's not doing nothing at all. Stagnant. So I guess what'll happen is I'll catch everybody in the morning and we'll go back and do it again.
See you later, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
Yep, that sounds
Bye,
good.
Jerry.
Bye, y'all. You have a good day. John, you want me to make you host?
No, that's good. I'm gonna cut to. I'm just gonna focus today. Market is just brutal today, so I mean, trading is it's tough sledding. So
Yeah, it's very tough. Yeah, especially here after 11. That's why it's so important to hit that open, man. It's like that's where the most of the money is made at. That first 30 minutes to an hour.
yeah, I mean, it has not gotten opened up at all today. It's just so. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Have a good one. Bye, y'all. You have a good day. I'm gonna leave the Zoom open, but I'm gonna cut the recording. Amazon's starting to push. It needs to make a new high here.